Okay. We are in here. Hang on a second. Sam, why are you frozen? What's going on?
Oh, what?
Sam, come back to me. What's going on here?
I can hear me on the stream, but I can't.
I mean,
why am I?
I can hear you. You're definitely there. Why are you frozen? What happened? Let's just see about refreshing you. Oh, are you not?
Oh, something's happening.
I just refreshed the cache. We love it.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
That was, yeah, I was never frozen. Nothing happened on my end. It was working perfectly.
No. I could see you outside of it. It was just there. Hello, everyone. We're here. That's it. That's all I have to say. We're here. We did it. We went live. Oh, I mean, we went live and now Sam is going to die.
Yeah, but it was like, wait, hold. Okay, they're live. Go.
We did it. We did it. We're here. We made it. We're here, and we're gonna play Fight with Spirit because
I'm gonna play with our emotions.
We're gonna play with our emotions, and we're gonna play with vibes, and it's gonna be quite magical all round.
That is indeed the plan.
That's the goal. We have played a grand total of one session 0 of this game. We played a session. I uploaded it to YouTube. If you're watching it after the fact, you probably have already gone to it. That's probably where you're watching this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ta. So, Sam, what are your thoughts on this game, as in mechanically so far, before we start playing it?
Because this game is there it is.
Yeah, we both independently got copies of it because it was good.
So it's Fight with Spirit, which is by a group called Story Brewers Roleplay, which is an Australian group of developers who make very narrative-focused games, very sort of more sort of just boiling down to like the relationships and emotions between the characters, but within like a framework. So specifically, their previous sort of big game, I guess, was the Jane Austen role-playing game, which was, as it would you imagine, is a role-playing game designed to make it feel like you're creating a Jane Austen book. And I played all of a one-shot at PAX this year and went, right, this is amazing, and went and bought everything.
Correct. Yeah.
Because it was this and I always love
Society, by the way, because the name hasn't been said.
No, yeah, you're right. It's Good Society, the Jane Austen role playing. Sorry, the tagline is the Jane Austen role playing game. The name is Good Society.
Yeah.
But I was very impressed with how they, because you sort of go, a Jane Austen role playing game. How would you do that? And then you play it and go, oh, I see.
Oh, just like this. This is how I would do that.
That's how that works. I understand. And then their new game, Fight with Spirit, which is what we're playing, is that same again, but now with if you wanted to create a sports anime.
And it turns out,
and then they did exactly that again.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh. And so the basics of the game is that we've created characters. You get trait cards like these, which are sort of the drives of the things that you need to sort of deal with for your character, and then we'll do scenes to that end. But at some point, we end up competing in the sport where you start using match cards like these. We've got the online version, but
and to just be entirely clear about this, neither of us has ever actually played the sport we're playing.
No,
we've never played, and therefore terminology is absent.
Okay. That's terminology is absent. 100% true. I have experienced fencing. I have experienced fencing twice. Both times I was easily the first person out of the group, which given that I was probably like somewhere between 10 and 12 isn't a huge boast. but both times I also my play was cut short by being stabbed in the throat, which turns out even with a blunted piece of metal and padding sucks.
Meanwhile, any training I have is short sword, so I'm not of the same era or location. Sam, you are both Cajun and fencing representation. Hi, Danny.
I mean, my character isn't Cajun this time, but still has French heritage.
Yeah, what's that about?
I mean, it wasn't at all planned. While trying to come up with a name, the first name I found was actually De Luca, which is Italian, not French.
Yes.
And that amused me because was that Luca is that's my Damn it, that's gonna stick too.
Yep. Gumbo it is.
That's gonna stick.
I mean, Sam.
I didn't see it coming, and I should have.
You should have.
I should have. I didn't. Oh no. I was amused by De Luca because Luca is my nephew, but then for some reason I decided to go French, and then we looked it up, and I liked Roux, so.
You did like Roux enough to make the combo.
Well, also as when I told you,
not the good gumbo is the problem.
Name,
anyway,
when I told you his name, your immediate thing was like you kind of just want to hate him.
Yeah, just immediately.
And it's just like, yeah, that's
why.
That's
deliberate.
Part of it.
Yeah.
You he definitely is that sort of person where it's like if you sort of someone described him, you'd be like, oh fuck this asshole. And then you sort of meet him, you're like, oh god damn it.
Why can't you be more of an asshole?
He's really nice.
He's a nice asshole. Happens.
Yeah.
I
mean, people still don't like him. You know, they put
him.
the effort in.
You gotta try. You gotta try. So, what? Derailed entirely.
Immediately and succinctly.
Immediately and very, very cleanly. And now I'm kind of hungry, but that's okay. You're not sorry at all. So yes, there is absolutely no awareness of terminology. Don't expect this to be technically correct, or even practically correct. You know, just feelings, just good vibes and anime. Energy. That's it. So to recap the session 0, because we've decided that the session 0 is kind of canon, as opposed to being a session 0 of like, let's test this and see what happens.
Yeah, it immediately got good, I guess.
It immediately got good. That is.
So just I spoilers for the
session
review
0?
for the recap you're about to get, I guess.
Yeah.
We had a character that we just didn't name because it was like, well, we're not going to name this person, and then at the end of the session was like, no, they've become important. We have to give them a name. And I decided because I put as we had to put in what teams are playing, and I just put Nameless You as the and I've decided that they're Nemelis, the Nemelis University.
Well, that's the Nemelis University, whereas I have named.
But they are usually referred to as the Nameless You.
That's Nameless You. Okay, so part of Nameless You is a character that I have named Nani You, which is funny because it means, the name literally means, what hot water? What hot water, huh? Nani You. which, you know, in Japan, because you would put the surname first, it's hot water. What? So that's fun. Let's previously
on.
Please keep your lungs.
Foil Ambition, it was the fight, the last of the preliminary matches before moving into the finals. We knew going that our team, the Dockside Demons, had qualified to go in, and that the team we're versing from Namilus U had not. This wasn't going to affect the outcome of that. But before that, there was a party that was a big sort of everyone had got their whole friend circle. They were all there, obviously, and both Henri and Ola got kind of called out by their other friends for their respective bullshit, and then had to act on that. Would you like to talk to Ola's respective bullshit?
Ola's bullshit, in very simple terms, is that they are hopelessly and stupidly, frankly, from my perspective as outside it, in love with Henri de Roux, Gumbo, as it were. They're in love with Gumbo.
Oh and God, so it's becoming canon.
It's becoming canon. They're in love with Roux. And part of the issue with that is that Ola has always been a fencer. They've been fencing since they were 5, 6 years old. And now, in the last, I don't know, how long has it been? When did Henri decide that, yes, now is a good time to be fence?
I mean, it's like this season.
So within
I don't know if they do, like, I mean, we just talked about not knowing, so I don't know if it's like there's one a year or if there's multiple like meets that these sort of go through. So it'd be probably like the beginning of the year or something.
So beginning of the year, Henri, who just happens to be good at everything, has decided that he is in fact going to learn to fence and be a fencer, having seen someone who is now, like, you know, magically amazing at fencing that is apparently not Ọláyẹmí. So, you know, that's a whole thing. At said party, Ola, having heard Henri talking about fencing, went, oh, this is a bit much for me, left the party and went to the bathroom to cry about it. At which point their best friend Jade turned up and said, hey, I need to get over this, tell him how you feel, or like go fuck someone, anyone, just go get it out of your system. Ola said, you know what, I am still a teenager, I'm gonna go fuck someone, and did so promptly. It was,
to be clear, they're 19.
They're 19. They are 19. They made decisions. It was a fuck one could sum up as a natural one because I rolled for it. It was a nat 1. And so that happened. What happened for Henri at this party, please?
So Henri was, while Ola and Jade went off to this, Henri was in a conversation with the fourth friend of their little group, Neil Byrne, who, when it came, was asking about how Henri's family thought of him pursuing something that wasn't, academic. It was a very, very academically focused family that he comes from. And Henry had to admit he hadn't actually told his family this whole time. And previously, when he's sort of mentioned this, no one's really called him out on it. It's just been like, oh, okay. But Neil has a bit of an axe to grind to an extent, and just kept at it, just being like, well, why not? Like, what's going on? And really sort of like gave him shit for it, to the point where Henry kind of had to start thinking about like, why isn't he actually doing this? And it sort of started to unravel a lot of things for him, like realizing that he just hadn't addressed a lot of things, and like addressed the way that he has been leading his life and making choices, and realizing that he's been doing a lot just because it was assumed, like he'd kind of assumed that was how it was going to go, and that there wasn't like, it was like an unspoken pressure from the family, not like an active one, but like that was just, as he said, he grew up in a very academic family, and everyone were high achievers, so he sort of like didn't want to be the only one who wasn't. And that's sort of been this like a pressure he's kind of just put on himself without realizing it throughout his schooling, and now going into university. And so even after the party, that's just sort of been like going through his mind, and sort of, and part of it being this, what else have I missed? At which point we go to the match and discover that this as yet unnamed person that Ola had hooked up with is on the opposing side, and decides to use that particular piece of information to try and play mind games with both of them. And in doing so, kind of makes Henry reassess his relationship, like how he views his relationship with Ola, and to having some sort of like, again, having another sort of reeling moment of like, oh God, what have I done? Only for then it to finish for Nani to kind of sweep Ola away again before they could discuss anything. And you rolled better this time.
It was a better roll. It was a natural 4.
Yeah, it wasn't a critical fail.
It wasn't a critical fail that time. That time it was just nearly a critical fail.
But we also had, because we had the whole thing of like why Henry was so impressed with this person's fencing, Friedrich. Mm-hmm. And part of it was just how like open they were about their joy and enjoyment and passion that they have for the game. All of which are things that Ola feels but isn't, I guess, open with while they are fencing, until that match, when a little bit of that started to sort of come through, and that was part of, again, the, literally, well, not literally, but like, metaphorically grabbing Henry and like, look at me.
Yes, pay attention to me.
Pay attention.
I will impress you. Let me impress you. And that
then,
was, in fact, the literal card, I think.
Well,
I will
it was,
impress you.
it was literally, the card was impressive, and you were very successful. You succeeded at impressing.
Did my best.
So, but then as we ended, we found out that Friedrich had been watching this particular match, just at the up the back, and then both Henry and Ola were going back and forth with them both, like looking at their phones, being like, do I call? Do I do something? And then the very last thing was Henry did get a call, but it was not from Ola, it was from his sister. And we just we that, and then end of episode.
Which we don't know because we've never met his sister.
No.
Emmy.
I mean, on screen.
On screen.
She's not estranged or something.
No, she's just not there physically. So, I don't know why I'm trying to take control of this. You're running it. You do what? How are we doing this? What are we doing?
I'm just trying to. I had like the order of play, and now I can't remember where it was.
If you
right,
go
I
to...
found it. The cycle of play. Okay, could you stop? The pop-ups are really useful, but then they don't go away, and they're covering up stuff. So it is very. The game is quite, I guess, structured in that you sort of go through certain steps. And ultimately play out multiple scenes, and then finally you have the match, and then you sort of. But we open the episode with the opening credits, as you want to do. And as before, you see a sort of an aerial shot of the city that they are in, which is it's quite a large city, but it's on the water. There's so the aerial shot has like ocean on one side and city on the other, and we sweep through into one of the more sort of like one of the newer sections of the city, and we sweep into a very modern, very very shiny, very photogenic campus of the Newcrest Neons. But unlike in the first one, we do actually continue into, we sort of sweep into their sporting, their hall. We see, we sort of like pass through like a training session that's going on with their team. They're in their bright, oh God, what are their colors? Ultraviolet and shimmering teal is but the thing of note with this team is there's like the players are probably in the minority, I guess. Like probably a third of the people there, are actual players, whereas there's a lot of everyone else. There's a lot of people. There's people taking photos. There's people doing.
Got a full
like,
film crew.
They got like a media team essentially.
Yeah.
So they're doing like
hair, makeup,
hair. They're doing interviews. They're doing mock interviews. They're doing like, there's people checking trends on social media. There's a whole
fancy food truck off to one side,
there's
feeding everyone that's not shooting.
There's craft services there. It's a whole production where it's like at the production of it is clearly the focus. The fencing is like all the fencers are committed to what they're doing. Obviously, they're good at what they're doing. They've reached, they're in the quarterfinals. Obviously, so they're not just doing it for show, but they are. I think one of the things we sort of talked is that the demons in there previously, not anymore, but previously was the place to go if you were like serious about fencing, whereas the Neons were where you went if you wanted to be seen as serious about fencing. So they're very focused on the optics of this whole thing, and they get a lot of attention for that. They've probably got there's probably even like a small crowd of just like fans who are just there to watch their favorite, someone takes off their mask, people in the just start screaming. It's all very kind of put together, and they know what they're doing. Then we sweep out of that. We still pass by the other two, so we see the much newer, more obviously less money involved, but it's all the buildings are quite new, set up for the for South Beach University, and then the old legacy, old money school of Ash Point.
Old red brick.
It's like both Ash Point and Dockside are mostly like red brick buildings, but Dockside by sheer fact being in more industrial and near the docks, their red brick is not
pitted
as
and sad,
and just stained by the smoke and stuff over so long, whereas Ash Point gleams a little bit. And Ash Point also had the big bronze statue of their founder with a fencing foil in their hand, and
their fencing founder.
One boot being very shiny as everyone pats as they enter.
Good luck scrub.
Whether they fence, and then you might see probably a couple of people who are literally wearing their fencing foils like a small sword, like a noble would in the day. And then finally, as we said, we reach the docks. We reach Dockside, where again, still same sort of like it has a fading grandeur as opposed to actual grandeur that Ash Point has. Everything's a bit stained, everything's in. But we sweep in. We again see the training with for the demons. So the demons in their midnight blue and deep gold. And then what do we see of? Introduce us in a snapshot to Ola.
Ooh, Ola today. I think is going for a run this morning. Ola goes for it is early. The sun hasn't risen. And Ola is heading out the door, just quietly shutting the back door, running out down the street, past. I think we would see that maybe the camera would hang for a moment on a house down the road, which is Henri's house, but then continue past with them, because I think that early in the morning we see them glance up, but they don't stop. I don't know whether Henri runs. Oh,
he does, but like probably earlier.
Earlier.
Yeah.
Earlier than early.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like almost like a pre-dawn, which is how he's introduced in the last session, was doing like a pre-dawn run.
Okay, so yeah, Ola's on the sunrise circuit.
Yeah.
And as they get back, tired, sweating, they've got their two flasks. One flask is, and we watch them fill both flasks. One with pure water, one with mostly water, just watered down, and then vodka. Shake. Look, you've got to have, it's like having your morning smoothie. You got to wake up. Good way to wake up is to chill out. And then it's the get ready for the day process. But that's the last that we see of them. I think once the second water bottle heads into the bag, I think that's the snapshot that we get.
Henri is similar, as I said, like it's sort of like he's like more of a, but it's like
less vodka.
Slightly less vodka, in that there is no vodka. The thing about like Henri's morning routine is it's very structured. It's very sort of like he's probably done this since he was like 13 or 14 or something like that. Like he's gets up, goes for a run, gets home, probably does some other form of exercise, He definitely looks like he looks like he only sort of like he probably was this very sort of gangly and probably I guess dorky looking teenager who then at like the very end of high school kind of like puberty was like, okay, but we're just gonna like put everything into, and he just sort of like everything sort of clicked and you're like,
oh, it all in at the end.
So puberty sort of goes, all right, but also we're gonna like the torso. He gets a little bit taller. He sort of like he actually sort of like the body sort of fills out just a little bit, and everyone was sort of like if you look at photos of like between like 16 and 18, it's just like, oh god, what the hell happened? Like, oh no, he got hot.
Oh shit! What happened?
And he probably has like what's the oh god, I haven't actually in the good place, the guy who's like the philosophy person. I haven't watched the show, but there's like the meme where it's like he takes off his shirt and everyone's like, wait, what? And turns out like they're like, huh? So it's probably the thing where it's like you wouldn't realize how like. I mean, his friends knew that he was that sort of naturally athletic, which is why they were always like, you should do fencing, for as long as they've been fencing. And it's also why it turned out he was actually quite good once they started. But there's a lot of like once he does that then he's got like a collection of books for his I think he's doing like law, so he's got a lot of law textbooks. But there's also now within those textbooks there's a lot of like fencing manuals and swordplay things and like historic these historic books that he's also now reading. And so you
foil your opponents.
One of them is just called Foil Ambition, just to sort of
just for fun.
It's like ambitions to foil or something. It's
so where is it? Is it running opening credits this time, or what's happening with him?
I think it is just like almost like a quick fire like montage of I guess of their day leading up to. So you probably see them both in class, both doing their respective classes, and then they sort of both arrive at training, and then it sort of sweeps out. You see the whole team going back and forth, and then we cut to like the demon. You see the whole demon team lined up, and then you see the whole Neon's team line up, and then one from each team. They've got the masks on, so you're not entirely clear on who has stepped forward, and they start, their foils come together, and then the crossed foils become the X between Foil Ambition as the titles come up. And that is our opening credits.
Completely off-ic, but I did decide what Ọláyẹmí's instruments are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Piano's kind of a standard, so they know how to play piano.
Yep.
But also saxophone, alto, trumpet, flute, and guitar, classical. Because
I increasingly love that everyone's like, oh my god, Henri is so talented, and then it's like Ola's playing like 5 instruments over here, is clearly the better fencer. Like,
but here's the thing though, Ola applied for law.
Yeah.
And is now doing music because music is the easy thing to do.
So that was the other thing that we decided, like the Dockside University, while it is in terms of fencing, it is definitely past glory. They used to be one of the one of the best, easily one of the best teams, probably competing with Ash Point as terms of who was the better fencing school. But that's long past. But also the moment that the fencing wasn't doing well, like Dockside has more of an academic focus, and so they just the money started as soon as there was a reason to. The money started shifting elsewhere. So now they're sort of like, obviously they've this has also been the first time in a while they've probably reached the finals. So it's very exciting.
Yes.
And
since coach was
yeah,
there,
so
I imagine.
Got like a, and the coach has only been there recently, isn't it? Was that a thing?
Coach, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I would imagine the coach joined. Coach Turner's been there since training Ola, so I imagine I may as well.
Yeah. I can't remember if are they are these two in their first or second year at university? First, yeah. So, which is again the other thing, which is why like Henry's getting a lot of attention because he's
fresh, he's new,
he's flashier, and also within the fencing society, he's literally a newcomer, whereas Ola's been doing this for a while. But in terms of the demons, like these two are both just starting on this team, and so it's definitely like this combined effort. So
yes, it's just that when Henri plays, he looks like a player. He's got the vibe of a player and the vibe of a showman relative to Ola. That's really the big difference.
And he's got that sort of like, skilled newcomer angle that's a lot of fun, where it's like, but Ola's like, experienced fencer is experienced.
Yeah. Experienced left-handed fencer is playing with right hand. Don't tell anyone.
Oh, right. That's it.
Don't tell anyone.
Which, yeah, because I just always assume my character's left-handed just because I am, and so it's when I picture it. So like
assumption is always
Henri would know, but it's just like
Henri would know, the coach would know. Ola hasn't. No one's merited the need. No one's called her out on it. No one's merited. There's never been a reason to what.
I imagine both, like, neither of them have talked to the other about it, but both the coach and Henri are like, no, they get their princess bride moment. That I don't know what's going to happen, but it's clearly leading to that. So we're gonna, at
some point,
we don't need to say anything. We're just gonna let that happen.
Just wait till they play Friedrich.
Who's not part of the competition.
They will find a way. They will have a match. They'll challenge Friedrich. I know it's your vibe, but like,
I mean, I don't have to actually challenge Friedrich to complete that trait.
That's true. Meanwhile, Ola might. Ola might. We might just swap traits. Or maybe not even. It's just a side quest for Ola to be like, I need to prove to you I'm better than the person you think is good.
Henri realizing that he doesn't have to confront. He doesn't have to confront Friedrich because he's been dueling Ola the whole time. Is definitely a completion of that trait.
That's true.
So, all right. So we move into initial scenes with just like the daily life, and then like an event. So do you have an idea for a scene or a vignette for Ola?
I think so. We did vignettes last time. I think I'd like to try a scene, and I think I would like your opinion on this. I feel like, how long has it been since the last episode?
I mean, I assume the matches are weekly, so
it doesn't have to be.
It'd be any time between, but any time within that like week, I guess, would be. We don't necessarily need to do the scenes chronologically either.
No,
but
I'm
like,
just wondering how many d20 I roll.
Look,
that for me is just
as many as you wish.
A setup situation for me mentally.
So we're saying it's kept up.
Well, not necessarily. That's the thing. So the way that I'm thinking is, at a certain point, Ọláyẹmí will just be like, this is a waste of my time. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is stupid. Because it's not even like I like her. It's just a good distraction. So I want to know, how bad does it get, or does it get better, and that's the reason. So I'm just going to, no, that's a 7. That's a 19. And that's a 16. Entirely apropos of absolutely nothing. Ola is gonna like just throw themselves down on a couch, like in the library near Henri, and be like, I haven't seen you. Where have you been?
He's a bit startled. I think he was like, Henri has a tendency to focus on whatever task he's doing to the point of exclusion of other things, which is something he's recently realized he does, and has been like, as you know, is like, this is probably not necessarily good to do to the extent that I was doing it. So he's probably just like, God. And he's just sort of a bit. And I don't, yeah, I'm not, whether Ola noticed or not, he's probably like slightly more flustered than he would normally. It's not probably not an uncommon reaction to Ola coming up and him being a bit startled, but it's probably just like slightly more flustered than normal. And just being, just a bunch of assignments we need to finish up papers I needed to get written. So I've just been here mainly. Apparently I can snooze ad breaks, so we're going to do that.
Hey.
And he's just sort of like, sorry, I just a couple of assignments I need to finish up before the match this weekend, so just been focusing on those.
Have you had lunch?
Yeah. No. It's probably like, should have had lunch a while ago. It's like, there's a moment of just like, oh, no.
Let's get food.
Yeah. Packs up stuff. How have you been?
You know, same old. Trumpet sucks. Need new reeds for the sax. Same old. So, are you ready for the game?
I mean, I imagine as much as I can hope to be. Still overthinking the technique. It's not. It's nuts. It's not.
Ignore your wrist.
Yeah. So it's just obviously I want to get to the point where I don't have to think about the technique, so I can just think about what I'm. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to just get away with being a bit faster than the person now that we've got to this. Certainly wasn't getting away with it last. So yeah, that's.
They are pompous show-offs, but they're good pompous show-offs.
I mean, I remember some of them when you were like in high school. Some of your matches, a few of them were on your side, some of them were against you. I can remember some of them, and yeah, they were good. They were back
fun.
up.
I mean, that's why you want them to be good. If they're gonna film the whole thing, put it all on the internet, and like do their own thing, like you kind of need them. They need to be good. Looks that much better when we throw them.
Yeah, well.
Be fine.
Yeah, I'm just. Feels like a lot of pressure, I guess. Keep getting attention that I don't think I deserve, but. And then this whole next match is just. It's just about. It's going to be even more attention. So.
You're a newcomer. You'll be fine. Coach wouldn't put you up for it if he didn't think you were ready.
Yeah. Yeah. How's
Not like that.
How's what's her name?
Nani? I don't know.
Seemed like it had potential to be serious.
I mean,
I could be wrong.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. What do you think?
I only met her the once, so
yeah.
Very direct, I guess.
Sometimes you gotta be direct, I guess. Do you think you're gonna tell your parents? Because, like, you know, the neons.
Oh, I think we hit an ad.
I don't know.
I think I have to. I think Amy already knows. So she found out. Someone offhandedly mentioned that you know, I hear your brother's doing well, kind of thing. And she called me.
So does that mean that you're going to tell them?
I think yeah. Yeah.
Because
I mean,
Amy's
I
pretty cool. Like I know she wouldn't.
I mean, we talked about it. She's, you know, she gets it. I mean, she was in I guess not quite the same situation, but she was always.
What do you mean, same situation?
I realized that I mean, after talking with Neil and he got into me about it, and I realized I hadn't really reflected on why I wasn't telling them. Why would I keep this why would it matter? And I guess I kind of realized, I mean, for me, like, growing up, it was always, if I wasn't the top of the class, then I would be the only one in my family who wasn't. So in any kind of achievement, it was never I had made this. It was either I did as well as my siblings or as well as my parents, or I did worse. There was no doing better. There was no standing out. There was just matching previous achievement. And I don't think I had thought of how that was affecting me. Hadn't considered it. And I realized it's I've been doing a lot of things just because I assumed that that's what I would do. I got into law just because it was what I was, like, there was an unspoken expectation that I would do something.
You want to be doing law?
I don't know. I have, until I did started fencing, I realized I had never done something just because I wanted to do it. I've never done something just because I enjoyed doing it. I did it because that was the expectation.
You only just realized that?
Yeah. Been so focused on what I thought I needed to be, I had never considered what I wanted to be. And I realized I don't know how to have that conversation with my parents, because I don't want it to come across like I'm blaming them. I think this was my own lack of reflection in many ways.
Your family. And your family's pretty cool.
I mean, I know intellectually that. I'm just, and I think there's also there's a part of me I don't know how to fail in front of them, I guess. And when it was like just me, it was like, yeah, maybe I don't succeed here, but that was kind of an interesting change of pace. But then it's like, well, when it's not just me, when there's, I think it's all mostly just in my head. But
So what the goal is to never fail in front of your parents and to never, I don't know, like you seem to enjoy failing. For someone who doesn't like failing in front of people, you seem to love it.
It's not about not, it's just anytime I'm doing like it in school or whatever, like I never felt like, it always felt like if I just put in enough effort, I would be at the top. I had the ability to, all I had to do was put in the work. And with fencing, I don't have that same, not, it's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. And I like that it doesn't feel the same. I like, I don't know. I think
You think they would want to celebrate with you?
I do. I'm building this up too much in my head anyway. It's probably going to be fine. It'll probably be not an issue whatsoever. I don't know. Feels like a bigger deal than I realized, I guess. And I'm increasingly realizing just how much I have ignored, how much I have missed, how much I have both of myself and everything around me, I guess. And I don't know. It's not nice to realize you've kind of been in small ways and big ways, been kind of fucking up for most of your life.
And
just sort of,
you've done that in front of your parents?
yeah, but I don't think either of us knew I was doing it at the time. And
Did you tell them before the weekend? So they can see this match? Or
plan to. I don't want them to find out like Amy did. And I don't think that's going to be an option after the match.
I think they'll blame me.
No. No. Why would they blame you?
I have been trying to get you to fence for how many years now?
You're not the only one.
No, but I don't know. I'm not the only one, but they might still lead you into temptation away from the study.
I think while it might be a difficult and potentially heavy conversation with my parents, I feel ultimately it will probably be seen as a good thing. So I don't imagine that if responsibility is laid at your feet, I would imagine it would not be blame, but gratitude.
Until they see you drop your foil on the beast.
Oh yeah, well that's on you. That's definitely. How dare you?
I'm supposed to be training you.
Clearly your responsibility. Absolutely. You really need to pick up your game. I don't know what's going on.
Frankly, I am ashamed. Ashamed and embarrassed.
Well, yeah, you should be.
Yeah. I don't know how things are going with Nani. And I don't really want things to go with Nani. I don't think. It's fun but convenient. You know?
Yeah.
And I think she knows it. I hope she knows it. I hope she knows it. Yeah. Probably talk to her about it. I don't have to talk to her about it. I should probably talk to her about it, shouldn't I?
I mean, I feel like my romantic track record could be, described, if you're being charitable, as bad. But I'm told communication is good.
What they say. What did she say to you?
When?
During the match. She threw you. It looked like she threw you.
She went on at length about the party.
Okay.
And just what you both had gotten up to, I guess.
Oh. I see.
Certainly wasn't the expected banter, I guess. So.
No. No. Yeah, I'm sure she knows. I think she knows. At this point, Ola pulls a flask from their bag, has a solid couple gulps, and then
like a flask or the water bottle.
The water bottle.
Right.
The two they have two identical water bottles.
It's like you've got the water bottle, you got the vodka bottle, and then like a flask of like
flask. No.
of like scotch or something. Just like
no, they have not told Henri.
no.
So they don't have any particular desire to. So
did they get a drink with lunch?
Henri was studying, so Ola
so
would have.
Henri just got
Henri didn't,
like
and
water.
Ola didn't, and that is why now
Right.
it's like, let's just.
I was also wondering if it's like, it's sort of like has a cider, but now it's like, no, this requires something stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I need both.
Oh no, didn't order anything with lunch. Who in university can afford like a fine scotch with that? To me, yes, they fence at university, but I feel like even then that's a step too far. Without a scholarship that comes from parents.
Yeah, still have the drink, and then Henri was sort of there's a bit of a moment, and Henri sort of adds, he just said, I don't know if I mentioned this, but you were pretty spectacular the last match. I don't think I've ever seen you fence like that. Not for a while, at least.
Really?
Oh no, he's observing me.
I mean, I was just playing. Like it's just that's how you.
I mean, it felt like you were, I don't know, I guess actually enjoying yourself. And I assume you enjoy it, but like, it was like, I guess I hadn't thought of it previously, but like you'd sort of been fencing like, and I don't know about internally, but just as a view and more just in comparison to the last one, but previously been like you're fencing because it was the thing you were there to do, and then last week you were fencing because it was the thing you wanted to do. And I think like when I talk about just being able to not be so in my head when I fence, being able to just be in the moment, be in the experience. And I think that would make me better. And it seemed like that's what you were doing. you were actually there. And when I thought about it, I think I can remember moments years ago when you were sort of not first starting out, but really getting serious. I remember that it was like that then as well. And then I realized that I guess I hadn't seen that in a while. Of course, I could have just missed it, and I'm realizing there's a lot of things I've missed.
Thanks. What have you missed?
I don't really know, I guess.
Can't know what you don't know, I guess.
Feels like I have probably missed opportunities, other options that were available to me, things that I would have wanted to pursue, that because of I'm focusing on things that I thought were important and thought were the things that I wanted to or needed to do, that I let them pass me by because I wasn't in a place that I could see them or realize that that was something I wanted. And I guess the worry now is that maybe it's too late for some of them. Maybe it's not. I don't.
Can't know if you don't try.
I don't know. True. I think, potentially, and I don't know, but as as an example, I guess some of them. I guess the timing is bad for some of them, I guess, and now situations change. And while it was an opportunity at one point, now it's maybe not. I don't know. I'm just rambling, I guess.
Timing's important. Well, sometimes it's not about timing, but whether or not you're willing to put yourself out there, like your parents, telling them be good. For a little bit, I thought that you were ashamed to be fencing, I guess. Like, ashamed that that fencing was beneath you and beneath your family, and that maybe you shouldn't be doing it, and so you just didn't want to tell them because it would be embarrassing because, you know, it's not something that he taught you to do. It's not something that the rest of your family does, so don't tell them, and it's not a problem. You can experience and enjoy failing with none of the cost. It still gets to be yours, the thing that you do.
I don't think it was ever shame. I'm not embarrassed, maybe, but not of fencing, that it took me so long to realize, to notice. But not ashamed of doing it. Not ashamed of.
And there was a part of me that thought that maybe you were ashamed of doing it with me, that like the fact that I'm better than you at something.
Never. Never. I'm not ashamed that you're better than me at something, because that's not you. That's not. That's always been the case. And not just fencing, so many things.
But mainly fencing.
I mean, it's a standout. You know, don't even use your main hand. You don't even use your. You've been beating me right-handed the whole time, and not hand to hand. No. I never feel shame about that. I feel awe. I feel. It's not embarrassing to lose to you. It's a privilege to be there with you.
I don't know what I'm going to do today, but I lose to you.
Probably start using your left hand. Start the whole cycle again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I only really train with coach with my left hand, so it's probably rusty.
Sure, we can.
I just used to enjoy fencing more. I'll have to think about why that might be. You still have
Yes.
studying to be going on.
Yes. I should probably. Yes. I'll see you. I'll see you at training.
That's your training. Hello.
Or sort of has like a a weirdly awkward hug as they a bit of a moment. They're like, all right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Why do I always want to spend trouble on myself? That seems stupid.
oh, right, that's a mechanic.
Yeah, that's a whole mechanic. I'm like, let me offer myself a trouble token.
Right, I should be thinking about that. That's why having the facilitator be not the player is probably useful.
It's helpful. It's helpful
It's like
sometimes.
middle of scene being like, right, I should be mucking with this somehow.
Half the time I was like, how do I make it more problematic for Henri? I'm like, I feel like he's doing it himself. That's the problem at the end of the day. It's like, no, this is just.
Do you know what? I'll spend a facilitator token. Let's talk mechanics.
Let's talk. You know what? Actually, we should talk mechanics because also we should say what our traits actually are. Like what?
Yeah, we've just been
what
doing
is
a scene
going
without.
on here?
There's a game behind all this.
There's a whole game sitting behind this thing.
I don't know how, because you mentioned there was like, you've set up a window for matches. I don't know if that's a useful
thing. I set up a window for matches, but how to show this Google Doc. Give me 1 second. I will take us over to this. I've now got us over on the match table, but
right, that's okay.
We need another capture. Let's see.
If that's fine. We shift some of these around.
Window capture.
So essentially, I don't know if the character sheet would be useful in this, like the hard copy version. No, it doesn't matter.
No. Describe. Tell us what your traits are while I do this.
Yes. So both characters have, like I said, we mentioned the trait cards, and we initially picked 2, and then you pick a third one after your first match, which we did after the session 0, and they sort of obviously it's your current issues that are important, and like playing out those traits is how you get various tokens that you use in the matches. So for Henri, his initial 2 traits were it's a secret, which is that, as we've just talked about, his parents didn't know that he was fencing, and he sort of kept that from them. And the other one was late bloomer, which is that he only recently has picked up the sport, but it turns out is quite good. He sort of has a natural talent for it, and is being like referred to as kind of like the rising star, which again is sort of like, at least to Henri, is a little wild considering how much better Ola is than him. But he's the one who sort of got the attention, and like the story of it being this this newcomer to the sport doing well. It's obviously attracting a bit of attention there. So has to sort of work out what he's going to do with that. And then after the last session, I added the trait into your world, which is that there is someone that he idolizes, and is the reason that he started fencing in the first place, which is Friedrich Hanen, who used to be on the Demons, and is considered to have been a part of the squad that was like the last time the Demons were a quote unquote good team. And then upon seeing Friedrich fence at like a sort of like exhibition match at the beginning of the year, that moment is what spurred Henri on to take up fencing. even though all of his friends have been telling him to do it for years. And so he has to sort of, sort that through. And from that, you gain an understanding of like what the connections are between the players. I mean, sort of, if you, it's on the screen, so you can see that one of them has orange text, one has pink text. So the idea is you have to pick a trait that has orange text, because that means it's a connection between main characters. So that who is helping hide from your parents? It's Ola. It's and then pink it can be any connection. So it could be referred to as connections in the game it's non-player characters, and usually if there's in a bigger group, if you're playing not the two-person variant, each person will also pick a main connection to be the one that they play, and the facilitator will play the rest of them. But obviously with two people, it's not quite like that. So that's where you get Neil, because Neil is the connection from Blade Bloomer, who can't stand your meteoric rise. It's their friend, their high school friend Neil, and then had the family, and so that's how you sort of build out these characters and what are going to be the key narrative moments for them. And so if you want to talk about what Ola has.
Ola has, I've gone the traditional stupid anime route of I've always loved you, so tell the person you love how you feel or bury your feelings forever. Technically speaking, in that whole scene, it's Ola that needs to be saying something. It is not Henri. And that is who Ola has feelings for, very clearly. Bad habits. Ola is a steadily escalating alcoholic. I don't know how else to say it. Whether or not they decide to just go all in on that or not is, it's becoming a very comfortable crutch for them, is what I will say. And the third that I've just picked up is Tempting Offer, which hasn't really come into play just yet. Which is accept or reject the offer to play for another school. But because it hasn't come into play, I'm not gonna worry about it so much right now. Because it's a lot to think about. But that's kind of what we're playing with. That's the traits that can come up, should come up, kind of need to be resolved at some point. That's the goal for these characters.
If you can scroll up to the top of one of the characters, so you can see the trouble and fight and spirit. That's
a very good question. If I can, because for some reason this is less simple than it's not giving me.
Is there a scroll within the spreadsheet? Is the spreadsheet?
Oh yeah, I can scroll within the spreadsheet, but the thing is not letting me. I think I'm going to have to redo that. What is it you wanted to show?
I just wanted to highlight the trouble, fight, and spirit.
Highlight. You can describe those.
Yeah, I can. I just sort of have the visual thing, but we can just talk. Yeah, tokens. So you have tokens essentially, and if you're playing in person, you have little actual tokens you can pass around. And so everyone at the start of the session, including the facilitator, has 2 what are called trouble tokens, which are similar to if you've played Good Society. I'm trying to remember what they're called in Good Society. But essentially, it's they're essentially, you can cause trouble for one of the major characters, and you spend that trouble token, and you say, hey, this is what's going to happen. And to have this narrative thing come about, or this complication or something that causes a problem, and then the person can decide whether or not they accept that that is something that will happen, or they can like sort of negotiate that it gets like, it's like yes but kind of thing, and you sort of, but ultimately if they do accept the trouble, it gets turned in, they gain a fight token, and those can be used either in like a narrative scene. You can spend a fight token to sort of guarantee that your character has like whatever no matter what the complication is within that scene, they come out like ahead. It has a good resolution for them. But mainly it's used when you come into the matches, and we'll talk more about the matches when we're in there, but sometimes you need to hit like a certain number using, you draw cards and they have to total a certain number.
We can come back to that later. That'll make more sense when we get there.
You can add to that number, and then spirit in a similar way is used in the match as well to draw extra cards, but you get the spirit from completing traits.
Yes.
When you've played out that trait to its conclusion, and you can be like, yep, that trait has been done, that is when you gain spirit. So that's the thing. And what I was saying is like, I'm going to spend a facilitated trouble.
I was just about to say it disappeared from their help. Send help.
So when they sort of have this sort of awkward hug,
if you say Henri gets a C, I will cry with laughter. I will cry with laughter.
No.
Okay. I was ready for it.
That would be spending trouble on Henri.
It would just be so funny.
It's that, like, Ola definitely holds on longer than it is just like probably doesn't necessarily initially realize that they're doing it, but is just like essentially sort of like almost like leans into this hug and is like, I don't want this, I want to be here, this is where I want to be, I don't want to move on from this, and definitely holds on long enough that it's becomes increasingly noticeable.
I don't think Ola knows what to do with this information.
Like, it's sort of like the moment they notice that they're doing it, it's already been like,
it's already been more than a hug.
It's definitely, it's almost like, wait, how long have I been doing this? Oh no.
I think I think Ola has had just enough to drink that it takes them a moment to notice it too, like to realize what's going on, and then it takes them another moment on top of that to be like, shit, do something about it, and then it takes them another moment to go, say something, and then I don't want to mess up my own life that bad, you know. But like,
doesn't need to be resolved in this moment. It could just be.
It doesn't need to be resolved in this moment.
The fight or flight could just end up being flight.
The flight or fight could be flight. I think. Honestly, at that point, I think what they end up doing is like I give him a kiss on the cheek and say, "No, Henri, time was I was taller than you." And then they leave.
Is there like a brief pause between before taller than you? Like time was.
Yes, I was taller than you. And I, you know what? No, given the situation as it is right now, I am going to add trouble to Henry's life.
Sure.
And I feel like as much as it works against my trait, I feel like traits aren't one person's situation. Ola forgets their vodka bottle. Yes, it messes me up, but I think that depending on what Henri does with it, it could potentially mess them up too.
So sort of like there's like a like
Ola
have this
flees.
moment. I was
We have this
time
really
was
sweet. Yeah.
I was taller, and then there's sort of like this
Flee.
like a beat, and then they kind of just like I need to be not I need to go and just like
I need to be not here. I need to immediately not be here. And so they leave and leave their water bottle behind.
and so there's like a moment of like Henry's just sort of he's just sort of standing there being like, what the hell, like, okay, what was that? And he's like, right, I do actually need to do some work. Turns around, is like, oh, the water bottle. I'll get back to them when I next see them or what have you. Um, and then yeah, just picks that up and takes it with the rest of their stuff. Yeah. I think before we do the scene, because that was just
That was just one scene.
That's one scene.
Yeah.
In one phase. We have to do one for
For Henri.
Henri as well. It's like almost at this point tempted just to do a vignette, but I do think it needs to be a conversation with the parents.
Yeah.
That but I think we'll have a quick break to
Bio break.
refresh out the actual water bottles
Yes.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
So have a quick break, then we'll come back, and then we'll do a scene for Henri.
Sounds good. Whoa, that was cool, but also awful. Welcome back.
What on earth?
I have no ideas, zero idea what's happened, and I am fascinated by it.
Is the audio good?
Um,
All right. It looks like we're both frozen on the stream.
yes,
And
it's all right. I'm entirely on it. I was just for a moment fascinated by it.
like fast forward through
Yeah, it was
what we
it
were
was
up
great.
to.
Honestly, I don't hate it. I don't hate what just happened. I
Just
do wish I
behind
had
the
control
scenes.
over it, but yeah, it is. It's behind the scenes. I do wish I had control over it, but I don't hate that it happened. So tell us, what is happening for Henri?
I think it's like later that evening, or like whenever he heads home. Sort of, puts his stuff away, and we sort of, but we get to sort of the dinner table.
It's a family that has dinner all together every night.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm trying to think if the siblings are there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I think they might be.
None of them, or few of them.
Maybe. Well, I don't think Jean-Luc's there. I think maybe Amy is. I haven't really worked out.
Tell me about the age differences between the siblings.
I think so. Jean-Luc's the oldest. Amy's the middle. Henri's the youngest.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 years between Henri and Amy.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd be what, like
She'd be finishing up at uni.
Yeah,
she's like in last year sort of thing.
Yeah, so she's finishing up, and then Jean-Luc is maybe like 2 years older than Amy.
Mm-hmm.
So he has finished up. He's sort of moved into it. I think he might be like moved out and.
So everyone in the family is lawyers?
No, Amy's doing like Amy's coming to the end of what she's doing, but is looking to go into medicine.
Mm-hmm. So she's pre-med.
So it's sort of I'm not 100% about Jean-Luc.
Mm-hmm.
I think the parents might have done like law in various ways, but I think that the siblings may have gone. The elder siblings may have gone into more sort of science, medicine sort of stuff.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm undecided about Jean-Luc.
Okay. And so shall we be.
So, which is a good enough reason for him to not be. Like, he's doing something. He's finished. He's at least sort of starting.
He's doing
out.
something. He's either happy about it or he is adult enough not to have told you what he's doing.
Yeah, they're all sort of like, and as I said, they've all been very sort of high academic achievement. As I said, like that realization for Henri that there's never been a thing where he was like like anytime he had like success, essentially, like he's the top of his class, whatever. it's like, just like it's like all three of them have done this now. So it's like it was always like you are either the best or you're not as good as the other members of your family. And that sort of realizing how much that had been weighing on him without is a very new experience.
Has Henri told has he told Amy not to say anything?
I don't think he like, no, he didn't like expressly say, but I think she potentially was like, all right, well, like, you need to sort this out. I'm not going to like rat
I'm
you
not going
out.
to tell them, but you should.
You need to sort this out like that. You need to, sooner rather than later kind of thing. You need to figure out, because, it's mom and dad, they,
You should tell them. They'd love that.
And there's probably a degree of like, you're just being silly. Like, I get it, but also, like, keeping a secret you hold on to it long enough, and like the fact that you kept it a secret becomes the issue, not the fact that of the thing. And you need to sort of,
I'm trying to get a gauge on what her view on this would be, and I'm wondering whether she's been there, considering she's the next in line that's not.
I think like, not to the extent, like there was like enough, it's like between the two of them, they kind of covered enough ground that there wasn't really anything for Henri, but like, and so it wasn't really an issue for Amy, but when Henry's expressing this, it's like, Amy's like, yeah, it did suck whenever I did something that John Luke had already done.
Yeah.
It like, and it wasn't like, it was like, he still got like, that's awesome, but it was like, there was always that air of like, you also did it, not, that's so impressive for you. But because there was other things that were available, that it wasn't, it was sort of like, it happened, but it wasn't like everything that she did. And so, and probably hadn't really thought about it. But then when Henry's talking about it, is like, oh yeah, that would be rough. Like, I was like, that would suck. Cause like, I remember it sucking when it happened, but it wasn't all the time. For me. So it wasn't really an issue. Where for Henri, it was just like, that was just the reality. And so there wasn't something to compare it to. Which is sort of how he kind of didn't notice how much it'd been weighing on him. So I think she appreciated, like, could empathize, didn't experience it in the same way, but could empathize and sort of with where he was at.
Okay. So dinner time.
Yeah.
Question, because I thought about this while we were on the break, actually. Where does Henri keep his foil? Does Ola look after his foil? Like, do they keep it with theirs?
Yes, that
because that was the only thing I could think of is like,
that's been like, I guess, one of the big ways, I guess, that Ola's helped keep the secret.
Alibi. I don't even have a sword. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I was going through your room and I found something.
Well, that's the thing. I was like, do I just offer trouble and say immediately, no, I found it. I saw it. I know what you're doing. You're sprung.
Yeah. Well, the trouble you certainly could, like, they've not mentioned it. at this point.
No.
But obviously the trouble is because of Henri's, I guess, status as the rising star, that there has been a degree of like, no one, they don't have the same kind of like promotional stuff as the Neons do, but there's still a degree of like it'd be mentioned.
Yeah.
There'd be something, and it's like
in this central pallet town of
it's yeah, and it's gotten like, and it's probably like the parents, because that it wasn't something that they would have known to be looking at in any kind of like university news that gets put out. They probably don't read the sports section necessarily, or it's just like, and like the pictures so far maybe haven't shown Henri's like face to the extent. It's a lot of like mid-match stuff where he's got the mask on, and so if you're not actually reading the article, you might not have noticed. But that's not to say that if as a potential for trouble, that they just haven't said anything.
So what is Henri's preferred method of this happening? How does Henri plan on doing this? What does Henri want to do?
I think he's just like, he was just he's like, all right, I'm gonna have to just at dinner when we're all together. Well, mum and dad are there, and I think I'm just gonna have to be like, hey, this has been. Here's the thing. I need to have this conversation.
Okay. Have we established what season it is? What time of year?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to say that it is summer, and your dad's fired up the barbie, and your mum's setting up a table outside, because why not have dinner in the yard? It's a nice day.
Yeah.
And it is not shrimp, it is prawns. Let's be entirely genuine and honest about, like, Australian sea life. They are prawns, but it's a surf and turf. And so it's not prawns anyway. I just wanted to say shrimp and barbecue in the same phrase. It's
yeah.
Yeah. So everything gets popped down on the table. It's a chill day. Everyone's pretty relaxed. Where in the week is this? How far before said match is this?
I mean, we said it'd been at least a few days that Ola and Henri had talked. So midweek, like maybe Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How was your day?
Good. Just had a few pieces of work that was finishing up for the I guess this round of assessments, finishing up various assignments. So I had a few to wrap up. And
Henri, you work too hard.
Wow.
Got to put the pen down sometimes. Pick up pick up a ball.
There's probably like a sort of quick like side eye to the sister. It's like, wait, did you? What? Hang on.
her response is
just this, unspoken sibling glance.
Unspoken sibling glance.
God.
With that unspoken sibling glance, I think what she very specifically will do is gather a couple slices of bread, gather like some food, and say, "I got to study though. I can't stay. I've got to go."
She actually just leaves.
Yeah, she's leaving. She's getting out of it. She saw that look. She saw that look. She's not dumb. She is
That
not.
wasn't what I meant.
She's not stupid, and she doesn't want to be here because if they ask her directly if she knew about it, she's going to have to lie, and she don't want to have to do that. She said, "I am supportive of you and what you want to do and how you want to do it, but don't drag me into your shenanigans." So she takes that food, realizes what you're doing, and she is out. That's not even trouble. That's just her saying, "Hey, little bro needs the stage."
I like, because his intention was like, "Wait, did you say something?" And then she was like, "Nope," and also bye. And he's like, "Oh no, that's God."
Nah. Goodbye. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Good luck.
No.
And so she pats you on the shoulder and takes her plate and gone. She has gone to study in her room because, hey, she's pre-med. When does she have time to sit and have a surf and turf?
Yeah.
And then talk about the footy with dad? Like how many pre-med students have time to do that?
Yeah, I do think it is kind of like, I don't think like just the idea of one of the parents being like, "You should take a break." It's just like it's kind of wild in and of itself.
Yeah,
it's just like
I
or like
don't think
not take it. You should take a break, but the idea of like that of like working too hard, I guess.
I think it's one of those things where, frustratingly, I think that Henri's parents will have said that at certain times, whether or not Henri's heard it and listened and paid attention, and it's just now he knows that it's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I love it so much.
Yeah. Like every day you're up, you're gone. You're just gone.
Yeah.
When do I?
He's been getting up pre-dawn for years, and it's just like, all right. Occasionally, you do need to smell the flowers.
Gotta stop.
I'm
getting worried.
So yeah, Amy leaves, and Henry's just sort of well, funny you should mention that.
Can I offer you a trouble token immediately?
Yes, I guess.
Because the delay in that, combined with the funny you should mention that, I feel like Amelie immediately is like, "Oh, you've been spending time with Ola, right? That's what you've been doing. Has it finally happened? Is this finally a thing that's going to happen?" I feel like that needs to be that's the trouble token I'm offering you.
Are we?
Parents never see you.
But is it also this sort of thing where it's like,
all is the alibi?
His mum's always been like, has always shipped the two of them, and it's just like,
I feel like Ola's one of those people that like just randomly would just turn up for dinner and just would wander into the house. Like, it's not a, I'm not going to knock. I'm here now. I'm sitting on the couch. We're just like watching TV. Hey.
Mum's has been of the opinion for a while that it's not a matter of if but when.
Yeah.
And it's just, but it's also getting to the point where it's like, but also seriously, like,
But
hop
like,
on, like,
can you TikTok, TikTok, TikTok?
none of us are getting younger.
Yeah, exactly. So, do you accept this trouble?
I do, yes.
Okay.
And he just sort of like,
How are they?
he probably was like, he's like, if I should mention that, and I might have even gone to take a drink, and then like,
Yeah.
that's just like, it's just like, absolutely. It's like, well, I mean, yes, kind of, yes.
Kind of, yes. Mate, you're not holding back on me, are you?
I joined the fencing team. And that's what I've been doing. That's why I've been not here as much.
Do you spend time with Ọláyẹmí?
I mean that. Yes, that was certainly part of it. I went to, they do a sort of exhibition match at the beginning of the year as a sort of, to kick off the year, to welcome new students, that sort of thing. And one of the things was a previous student who is now a professional fencer was there and did a sort of just a fun demonstration match with the coach of the team. And I watched him fence, and there was such it was like every step, every movement just radiated with the joy and that he had when he played and the passion he had for the sport. And something about it made me I'd never experienced that in anything I've done before. And I decided I would try to emulate it. And so I joined the fencing team. And it turns out everyone was right. I'm pretty good at it, but obviously I'm unskilled. I've only just started learning. And the whole time, whenever obviously I thought I should, mention this. What am I up to? And I should mention this to you and Dad and Amy and Jean-Luc, and something stopped me. It was something in me said that I should just keep it to myself for now. And I didn't really think about it. it was just, that was just how it was, and I was focusing on my studies and on trying to learn this new activity. And I kept not thinking about it. I kept just putting it off and not really addressing why I felt that way, why I wasn't telling you. And then recently, Neil kind of called me out on that and really kind of raked me over the coals a little bit about why I wasn't. And I realized that I had been putting it off for so long now, and I hadn't addressed it. I hadn't thought about it. And more I thought about it, more I thought why, what was stopping. And I realized it was the first time I was doing something that no one else here had done. I realized that it was the first time that I realized growing up that every time I tried to, when I worked to be top of my class in any given moment, it wasn't because that's what I wanted to do. It wasn't because it was something that I enjoyed. It was simply because of this unconscious appreciation that either I did as well as you and Dad and Amy and Jean-Luc, or I did worse. There was no other option. All of you would come through. You'd all. That's what you. If I was second, if I came second at any point, it meant that I did worse than everyone else here in my family. And
what did we do that gave you the impression you needed to try so hard?
I don't think it was you. I think it was me. I think it was just something I got at some point. I got in my head that that's what I needed to do. That I just didn't want to be.
Mate, you only had to say it.
I didn't realize. I didn't know.
We have dinner every night.
So,
you could have said it any time.
I only realized I was doing it in this last week. And there's something about when I'm fencing, it's the first time I don't know how well I'm going to do. I mean, everything else, all my other classes is always like, as long as I put in enough work, I'm going to get the results. I'm going to be able to do well. But here, I don't know. I like it, but I guess it scares me. And then
So what, you want to do this instead of your studies?
I don't know. I think I'm realizing that a lot of what I've done is because it was an expectation I put on myself and not and it was just something
Well, I mean,
I had.
There are expectations. Henri, you've got to. We want you to be comfortable and safe and set up.
I know.
But not sacrificing.
I think I realized that a lot of what I've done up until this point, I have done because in my head, that was what I just assumed I would do, not because it was something I wanted to do. And like I said,
there's a look between your parents that is kind of that look of, where did we go wrong, from mum to dad.
I think,
and then she gets up.
It's part of it, like that's because that's definitely part of, like,
Yeah.
he doesn't want them to feel like that.
And then she gets up to sit next to you. Henri, if this is something you enjoy, then it is something you should do. As long as you put all of your energy into doing it with passion. And as long as you are sure that you are not doing it because of someone else. Because, well, it sounds as though that's where you're at now. Do you even want to study law?
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting enough. I talk about doing things with passion. I never have. Never. And I didn't. If you asked me that like 2 weeks ago, I would have assumed that I'd always done things like that. But I've realized now I haven't. I haven't done anything with passion before now. I'm only just now realizing how that because I have been focusing on things that I thought I should be focusing on, rather than allowing myself to be open to things I might want to do. I didn't even. You said I shouldn't be doing it just because of someone else. I wouldn't even have noticed before. I wouldn't have even considered doing something like that before. I wouldn't have opened myself up to the possibility.
Then maybe it's about continuing the way you've continued until you know what it is you want.
Yes, I'm worried that some of those things I have now missed. I mean, you can always do a different degree, you can always do a different path, but some things you don't get this. You only get so many chances. Sometimes.
I'm sorry, Henri. I should have noticed.
I didn't notice. How was anyone else expected to?
I'm your mother, I should know. You should be able to see it. I saw it in your brother.
Oh, well. Maybe I'm a better actor than he is.
I know things are tenuous, but don't go into acting, right? Yeah. A fencing hobby's one thing. Just my son's not an actor. Don't hide an Oscar from me.
I'm not so oblivious as to have. Sorry I didn't come to you earlier.
Yeah. Wouldn't have added so much salt to the steak. So, what do you... I mean, we've seen Ola. We know... How long has this been happening?
Just this year. I only had the one tournament. About to go to the finals. Apparently I'm a rising star.
Well, that's my son. That's exactly how it should be. You're going to win. That's what's going to happen.
The first time, I don't know if that's true. I think we've got a good shot. Don't get me wrong. But not just people, as I said, have been like to credit me with our recent success. I'm about to go against people who have been doing this for a lot longer than I have and have enough experience and enough training that they won't be overwhelmed just because I'm a bit faster than they are. And they can quickly and easily compensate.
I disagree. Respectfully. And disrespectfully.
Well, just gotta remember the training and get the technique correct.
So that's where you've been all year.
I mean, not all the time. Sometimes it was. I still did need study. I still had to do.
Yes, but you've been away. I mean, I didn't know why.
Yeah.
And Ola kept this from us too.
Only because I asked her to. Like I said, I didn't even know till recently why I was keeping it to myself, and I think they wanted to give me the time and space to figure that out.
And so, our first year, you did. Halfway through the year, you did figure it out.
Yeah. Took Neil being weirdly mean, but you know.
Yes, I can't expect him to take it well. Would you expect him to take it well?
I didn't expect him to take it as badly as he seemed to have.
And the rest of your friends, they've all been fencing longer.
Jade didn't seem fussed. I think they
Jade went to the Arrows.
Yeah. It's been doing very well for themselves, if I understand correctly.
That's what Ola said, yes.
I guess I didn't consider Neil's Neil. He's been putting a lot of effort into it. And I guess I didn't.
Well, you can put in twice as much.
I don't know, there was there was like an edge or I guess resentment that I hadn't seen before. And I, in hindsight, wonder if it's just because I didn't notice, or if it's new.
You'll get over it, won't you? You've all been mates for
I hope so.
a long,
really,
long time.
we haven't really seen him since both been pretty busy.
Hmm.
And all the seems I think it's wild that I'm getting the attention I'm getting when they're right there as well. I mean,
Well,
literally beating me with their right hand.
Ola's going to go pro. They were considering going professional. They just decided not to.
I guess so. I don't know.
Their mother said something about
I don't know how that would work. People have been mentioning that as well, and I don't even know what that would look like.
You want to do this for a job?
Oh, I've not even considered it. Too many other things to work through. Kind of like just enjoying it for what it is right now without worrying about if this is something I need to.
Yeah. There's no need to worry about, actually quitting your courses and all that.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to be on the team if I did that.
No, but what I mean is, you don't necessarily want to drop out of your courses and do something completely different. Do you?
No, well, not. It's not something I'm planning on doing right now. No.
All right.
I'm enjoying my classes. Like I said, it's only been recently I've sort of reassessed things, but I'm still in.
And you're keeping up your grades.
Yeah.
Just don't let it burn you out,
It's all pretty in hand at the moment. That's not been the concern. I mean, maybe it gets harder next year or something. I don't know.
It's only first year, so you might find that it's law's a bitch.
Yeah, I think it does certainly feel like it ramps up as you further you go.
Well, I'm glad you're doing something to keep in shape. Not going to lie, a bit cut up that it's not the footy, but
He just sort of laughs, and it's like, he's nothing about his build suggests football player. It's like it's just
plays fencing.
Yeah, like he's got he's quick. He's got enough he's got height, and he's got enough sudden snap motion that helps in the fencing, which is not necessarily doesn't have the build for.
I mean, no, But if he worked hard at it,
Yeah, look.
why couldn't he be passionate about that? All his dad's saying is,
Yeah.
if you could have been passionate about something, why couldn't you be passionate about something that I understand?
I mean, oh god, my limited experience with football, but I suppose
I don't have experience with Australian rules football. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does.
Aussie rules football, maybe. I don't know. That's a whole different entity.
I mean, anything that doesn't have a round spherical ball, I don't understand.
It's
Okay,
just like,
any sport that does, I'm in. Do not give me an egg, is what I'm saying. I will drop it. But not your dad. Your dad would not do that.
I do love how blokey his dad apparently is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a man.
Yeah.
It's a man. Not a man's man. A man.
Yeah.
It's a man.
Particularly because he only has the same like level of like academic achievement that everyone else does. He's just sort of like, but he's still ever.
Jack the lad with good grades.
Yeah, he's just sort of like.
That's how it works.
Everyone in high school was playing footy. He's like, oh yeah, but I also like get real good grades, and everyone's like, what? Hang on, you? It's like, yeah, man.
The difference for him is that it was effortless.
Yeah, he just larrikined his way through. Through academia.
Academia and specifically law.
Yeah.
People just like him. People just like him. He's just great.
Even more amusing in that I imagine the parents' meeting was always going at some like conference or something, and Amelie coming up and seeing the surname and assuming he was French, and having Dad's connection and him being like, nah, mate.
Nah. Bonjour.
Yeah.
Comment ça va? Now he can speak French.
He probably speaks French, but I'm feeling like his accent is still terrible.
Oh yeah. No, he can speak French. I didn't say he sounded French, and he's not fluent.
He can definitely speak, but they're like, please stop, please. We'll speak English for you.
He can get around France. That's kind of that's the important thing. Is can you get around France? Do people understand you when you speak? Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah. Does it sound like? Does he sound like an Aussie in France? Yes.
Do the French natives sort of like cringe inwardly when they hear him speak? Like
absolutely.
They're like,
he butchering the language?
Yeah, we would rather you definitely. We can definitely understand what you're saying, but we would rather speak English than listen to you.
Correct. They do switch language, and they do give Amelie the look of you married this? Pourquoi?
This guy?
Pourquoi? He had the right name. I don't know.
There's so much depth behind this name.
I love a name.
He let me name all the children.
He let me name my kids. It's fine.
So like we want to call the elder Jean-Luc. He's like, oh, I love Star Trek. She's like, oh no, it's a family name. My grandfather's name.
My great grandfather and his great grandfather. Every 2 generations. How does this scene end? Like what?
I mean, laughing at the dad mentioning football feels not like a terrible way to conclude the scene.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if that resolves the trait, though.
I think it does. I mean,
because it's not a secret anymore. That was the whole thing.
It's not a secret.
Now it's not.
It's not a secret anymore.
Yeah, which means I just want to refresh what that means.
It means either you take a condition or you get another fight.
Yeah, the trait goes back in the box. We're not using online tools, so that's not an issue. Mark the checkbox on the character sheet. Take a spirit token. Boop. And then decide if I want to get a fight token or a condition. And I feel like a condition's going to be. I'm just going to quickly whip through these. So conditions essentially are like mini traits in a way. They're just like lingering fallout from the trait. Oh, interesting. Okay. Right. Keep forgetting there's like alternate setting cards that have different font. And so whenever I get to them, like, wait, why are these spell blocked? What is?
Do you need to choose it now? Does it influence it immediately?
I mean, I think it's just.
Or is it a?
I think it technically happens immediately. I don't think it needs to happen immediately, but I think there was 3 that stood out.
I think it happens at upkeep.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Check for completed trait or condition drives.
I think that's because they mention in that you can complete them earlier, but it's a good time at the end to be like to double check. It's like, have we actually? So you can sort of do it immediately.
You can, but I know that you like to look over things, so I was just thinking it might be easier.
I feel like, however, it was the very last card because I sort of passed a couple and I was sort of quickly just sort of like, and so the ones that initially stood out were thankful and guilty. Essentially opposite sides of a very similar coin.
So
however,
which one are you going to go with?
Neither, because I also found gentle heartache,
which is
that now that you sort of resolved that, there is still something that you learn you yearn for, and that you, but it may be that you need to leave it behind. And so it's sort of, he's resolved that issue, but of things that he had not noticed, as we realized in the session 0, one of them was Ola. And so now that he doesn't have to worry about keeping it from his parents, and he's sort of allowed to sort of, they sort of like, well, that's still there.
And the fact that his parents,
and in fact, his mum
his mom's like, huh?
All but like laid it out.
Okay.
Character sheet just called me out. I
In
tried
what
to
way?
change. I changed the trait to a condition, and it was like, you've not fulfilled the requirements for this. And I was like, what? And it was like, I hadn't ticked the box saying I'd done it.
Right,
like,
right.
Oh, I assume that's more of a reminder, but it did feel very sort of like, you really think you should be?
It's so easy to get called out by the system.
I don't think you earned that.
You haven't earned this experience.
but game.
So, okay. Completed trait.
Yeah.
Are we going to have an event?
Now we don't have to. So if there's nothing that really, if nothing, because the difference between the event and the scenes, and there was an option during that to do what they call a vignette, which is more like a montage of mini scenes. If you just need to, which we kind of did in the I
just feel like before the
difference mechanically is that you go through the day of life and you pick either a scene or a vignette for each of the major characters.
And then there may or may not be an event.
The event specifically is basically a scene that incorporates all of the major characters.
Yes.
So it has to be something that all of them will be at for whatever reason, which was the
party.
The previous session was the party that both of them were going to. But it's not it's essentially the phase is daily life and event, but it's daily life and or event. So you can do.
Okay.
You have to do one.
On to the match then.
Yeah, you have to do one of them, but you can do both. So you either do daily life or you do an event, but you can do both if you.
Okay. Well,
but
then
there's not. I agree. There's not really an event that stands out in my mind, other than obviously the match itself.
Yeah, I mean, because it's the neons, there could have been an actual media situation that happens before, like a press conference
event
of some kind.
Yeah,
because that's something that they would do, but we also don't have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a specific connection to the neons, like in a character sense. Like the two people we have connections with are on different other teams, so it's not like if there was like a specific connection that we could like bounce off, that would be a thing to do. But we don't really have that.
Then let's go straight to the match.
Like there's a bit of history broadly with the team, but not specifically. So yeah, skipping straight to the match. As we talked about, so you do scenes or vignettes before the match, and then we're gonna play out the match with the match cards, and then between match the playing out a match card. Well, after each playing out a match card, there's like a mini moment between, and then you can potentially do scenes after the match. All the scenes, all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's RP, all scene, all time.
Yeah. Always be scening.
Always scenes. So what's the?
So it's match day. We actually I want to add, because it was supposed to be trouble, so I think we need to pay out the trouble. After the dinner, we've had this emotional moment. Henri goes back to his room. I think Amy sort of sticks her head out of her room just to be like, make sure everything was fine.
You good?
And there's sort of like
hey bro, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy really takes after her dad. Mate.
You okay?
But he sort of gets back to his room and he's sort of doing stuff, and then but there's a moment where he's just like he's doing some work, and he's like, you can see he's got like an empty glass next to him, and he goes to reach for it, and he's like, I need to, and then he's just like, sod it, and he grabs Ola's bottle, like, stuff it, whatever, and takes a swig, and it's like and he just like it just ends on him going, what the holy shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not water.
So in the days since, Ola has not had that bottle. I don't think they would have asked about it because no one knows they have it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that.
So you could set up the scene. because we still each do a scene or vignette before that takes place before the match, and so might do a scene between Henri and Ola, which is like the training takes place at the training before the.
I feel like it would be nice to have coach somewhere around that.
Yeah. So the coach is sort of there, but like it's like the next time they see each other is like this training before this last training before the match, and that's when Henri is returning the bottle. Because like we mentioned, there'd be training. He wouldn't like not. So is it like, because does Ola allow there to be a moment to have this sort of this?
How far before the match is this?
It'd be either like it'd be like Thursday, Friday, I guess.
And the match is Saturday.
Sure. Yeah. That makes sense.
So I think Ola would not allow that. Not allow, but like wouldn't be receptive to intense training on the Friday. It would need to be the Thursday.
Yeah.
The Friday would be rest day, which I mean might work as well, like because it would be just go for a run or something and let space sink in. But they would, I don't know where they would be.
So it definitely make a good point that I don't think the coach would have scheduled training for the day before any match, because for those exact reasons. So it'd be the next day essentially.
Yeah.
And they have training. It is whether it like, because like Ola knows that Henri would have the bottle, but
not necessarily. Henri might have just left it somewhere. Like Henri might not have seen it. They don't know where they've left it is the problem.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, they don't know where they've left it. So realistically speaking, if in that intervening time Henri has seen them, they may or may not have been visibly looking for it, but they also may now Henri potentially, if he has seen them, may have noticed that there is the smell of alcohol, because it's a lot harder to just like, you can't just carry around big old bottle of vodka.
Yeah.
So now it is a flask, like hip flask style.
Yeah.
And it does need to be a little bit more spicy because it's a hip flask. You know what I mean? Like it's
less.
They can't water it down, so it is more like I'll do a shot a few times as opposed to sipping to keep myself in the same space the whole day. Just depends on when they caught Ola during the day.
So do you think there is a moment to have this sort of like before training starts, or is it like after training starts?
I don't know what you're planning. Either could,
or just to be like, you know, I probably towards the end.
Okay.
So like some of the other people in the squad have sort of, you know, they've done training, they've sort of packed up, left, see you on Saturday kind of thing. I don't think it's uncommon for like Henri to sort of spend a little bit more time just to sort of wrap up, or at least like really try and lock in the things he's trying to focus on.
And Ola would absolutely.
So it's like it's not uncommon for the two of them to sort of be among the last to sort of pack. And the coach is there, sort of just packing up.
Especially since Ola would drive Henri home as well. Like that's
a
standard.
good point. And so they're sort of packing up, and then Henri is. It's probably more often than not like Ola's like ready to go before Henri's ready to go. Like not by a huge amount, but this time Henri is well and truly packed and ready before Ola, and he sort of just comes up and kind of wordlessly just hands the bottle to her, which has been notably emptied and cleaned. And he just sort of says, ran out of water while studying. I took a swig. And then I felt, well, you probably don't want it just sort of sitting there, so I cleaned the bottle out.
Thanks.
Talked a little about yesterday. I talked about how I'm coming to realize how much I've just sort of, without realizing, just not noticed. And so I thought about it for a bit to try and think, how long has it been since you started bringing 2 water bottles?
Is that a question, or do you know?
I don't know for sure. It's at least been this year. Trying to remember if it was before. You were doing it last year as well, and I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I can explain. It's There's been a lot on my mind. And sometimes the easiest way to deal with that is to not have things on your mind instead.
What changed? You just said you weren't doing it last year.
You changed.
How did I change?
You found this sudden passion for fencing, and you're good. You're very good. You pick things up fast. You know you do. And that's not me putting myself down. Like, you can't beat me. And I know it will be a while before you can. But you're here, and you're here, and you're here. Kind of unconsciously, they shake that bottle. It is one thing to enjoy something alongside you, and it's another thing to enjoy something with you. And it's stupid. You're one of my best friends, and seeing you find this passion for something that I am already passionate about, it should be the most amazing thing. It is the most amazing thing. it just also feels like a harbinger of doom almost. Yeah, like, because how does it play out if I decide to go pro and you're good, you decide to go pro? That means that we spend a whole lot of time together. We already do. We always kind of have. And I didn't want to mess things up for you. I never wanted to mess anything up for you. You have all of these opportunities and all of these possibilities. I can like see your life like play out so well. And I guess I'm just kind of waiting for the shoe to drop where you take all of those things that you're so good at and you run with it. And I don't see a space for me in that. I don't see space for me, and I want to.
Henri takes Ola's hands into his. He sort of looks her in the eye and just says, if there's a place where there is not space for you, I don't want to go there. It's not a place I want to be. Whatever that will always be space for you. However that takes shape. Sorry, I didn't realize I was having this effect. And I'm sorry you felt you needed sort of shakes the bottle as well. In a similar way to Ola had just before. Sorry that you felt you needed help in this way. I have spent a lot of time hiding from my parents that I was doing something that I enjoy. So, you know. I relate to not just talking about something, not going, you can always I don't want to be why you drink. And if you need you can always lean on me for support. Whatever you need. And I think they've been sort of, probably both of them without realizing, have been sort of moving closer and closer to each other. And I'm going to spend a trouble token because it's sort of, I guess almost like they're both sort of had neither of them knows just how almost like close they moved. But then Ola's phone goes off, and it was like sitting on the bench, and they sort of both pull, and it's Nani. And that sort of just
fuck you, Nani.
Going like a pin into a balloon, just takes that moment. And on Henry's side, there's a degree of like, right, yeah, that's the sort of technically kind of with someone. We're gonna just, ooh, okay, that could have been.
The way Olive wants to pick up the phone and throw it.
just hurl it into the wall.
Just throw it so hard.
Henry sort of stands up and sort of, so I'll let you get that.
Mm-hmm. The way in which Ola's like, so blackout drunk tonight? Blackout drunk tonight? Just drink, drunk, right? Drink, drunk, crunk. Let's do it. I don't think they answer the phone. I think they hang up. Like, as in, I think they just
ignore.
Yeah.
Silence the call.
Silence it. Completely no response. Because this bitch seems to be doing this deliberately.
Is she watching right now? How is her timing so good?
No. How does she know? But Damn, girl, why are you so problematic?
It's almost like the it's almost like the game's
It
designed.
really is. I legitimately think that there's a combination of, because it's 2 nights out. It's not like, it's not like recovery can't happen tomorrow, right? I think that they
also appreciate that Henry's like, no, you shouldn't drink. You should just, just come to me. And she's like, oh, I am going to drink more. Oh, that requires more drinking to deal with.
Everything that I just experienced says just like as a farewell, maybe. Like, let's just let loose.
I need to celebrate
It's a Thursday.
not drinking by drinking.
I need to celebrate the fact that I poorly told my best friend that I feel insecure about how good their life is, instead of saying, hey, no, it's not about that. I love you. No, that calls for drinking. That calls for drinking. It calls for oops, I fucked it again, but not Nani.
Still rolled a 1.
Let's find out. I doubt that Ola drives that is an 18. We are properly drunk. And a soul as fuck. That makes sense to me. I don't know if there's ever a time that I don't think Ola picks Henri up in the morning. That doesn't sound like it would make sense because they'd have class at different times. And
yeah.
stuff. I don't think Henri would see Ola around campus till at least midday.
They're probably in separate areas.
They've got separate classes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know if they planned anything or anything like that. But I just don't think it would happen.
Yeah.
Because the world hurts. The world hurts.
Did you want to do a scene for Ola, or did you want to just sort of this descent as like a vignette?
I'm interested. I don't think. No, I think at some point Ola would go and talk to the coach. It would just be brief. I don't think it's a vignette, but I don't think it needs to be a full scene. And I think that they would go see
like the next on on Saturday, or
I think they'd search him out on
Friday.
I think they'd search out Coach Turner and just say, I have problems, plural. I have problems.
Are you talking? Fencing problems, life problems.
Yes.
Sort of indicates to, I guess, he's probably in his office or something.
Mm-hmm.
Points to like a chair.
I think I'm a coward. And I think I need to think seriously about whether I leave the team and leave school. That's stupid. That's stupid. That one's stupid. You asked me to train Henri. You said it would be good for me, and you said that it would be good for him.
I did. Yep.
What if it's not? Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's not a good idea.
And what makes you think that?
I am not sober a day before the tournament.
I see. What happened to do with the conversation I saw you having yesterday with Henri?
Yeah.
Noticed that he was returning your water bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that it wasn't the water bottle.
I'm an idiot. I know I'm an idiot.
Not an idiot.
I've been watering it down a little bit more, definitely more.
Yeah. I find from experience when you have an issue or a problem, it can certainly be comforting to try and put it aside, to not necessarily ignore, but even if you take steps that allow you to feel like you're doing something, but deep down you know you're not. And I know that can be comforting. I know it can feel like Like you have a sense that you're doing something. But ultimately, that is just treading water. It can help you stay afloat, but it's not going to get you anywhere. But also, from experience, I can say that rarely is the solution to run away from the problem, either literally or metaphorically. Now, certainly sometimes moving on is the correct choice. If you're in a bad position, a bad place, and the correct course of action is to remove yourself from the situation, but I don't think you're creating a bad situation for yourself to try and handle a difficult situation. But if the treatment is worse than the disease, get a different treatment. I've known you for a long time, Ola. When you fence, you overwhelm your opposition. You don't give them time to enact a plan. You don't give them time to formulate a response. You just dominate. Take control. Except that this year you haven't. You haven't been doing that. You've been fencing right-handed. You have been letting your opponents come to you and then kind of just outlasting them. And then last week, I saw the old Ola for the first time this year. I was so happy to see it. I suspect that is how you've been handling these problems. You are allowing them to come at you, passively responding moment to moment, rather than taking control. You should be the one tackling and overwhelming the problem, not reacting to the problem. That is when you're at your best. And you're certainly capable of reacting to the problem. You've been easily our best. You're easily the best fencer on the team, even using this new passive style. That's not you. It's not when you're at your best. Stop reacting to these problems. Stop letting them overwhelm you. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily fun. I'm not even saying it will work out always the way that you want it to work out. Can't promise any of those things. I can almost guarantee the first two won't be easy and it won't necessarily be fun. But you're more than capable of taking them on.
You always seem to know what to say.
Wow.
Fuck you.
What's the point of having experience if you can't use it to help people not make the same mistakes you did?
Thanks, Coach.
Now, of course, my door's always open if you need help, but I suspect I'm not the person you need to be talking to if you need to handle at least some of these issues.
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't say anything else. They just leave. Match day.
So for the match, just double checking how they're reminding myself.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just before the match after the match. Right. Okay.
Sweet.
So obviously do scenes before the match, and then so the match, as you can see on screen, got the blue card at the bottom and the yellow card up the top. So these are all the match game cards, and you sort of obviously they've got, you can see on the yellow one it's got like setup, play, and after. You can you just sort of play out that card, and so you all have those cards. And you notice on the blue one before, that's the front of the card, which is just sort of like an overview and then how to play it out. And then the bottom you can see it sort of says 1 point or something, and that's obviously how you determine who is leading. And they make the point that it's an arbitrary distinction because this is designed to be done for, you can do any sport you really want it.
Yep.
I think it's like anything, so long as that it involves teams or individuals going up against each other. So I think the example is that it's not, the system isn't designed to do like a battle of the bands system where it's like one goes up. So you probably couldn't do like competitive diving or something like that, where it's like you do a thing, get points, next group. You have to have,
you
like,
could do
that
like
sort of
synchronized dance comps to the same music.
Yeah, as long as there's like
as long as everyone's going
aspect,
at the same time. Yeah.
And you're at the same time. So we start with the opening moves, and that helps us determine who has momentum. Then we each will do a match game card, which will put out an array. Let's do that now while I'm thinking about it.
Yep.
And then there's like 8 of these match game cards, and then there's 2 cards that are specific to the team. If you pick one of the 4 teams, we obviously picked the Dockside Demons. And then they've got their own cards as well. If they come up, whatever. And then between the match, when you do the yellow cards, there'll be a little scene where we sort of do what they call match moments.
Yeah.
You sort of just get, and then more scenes at the end. So for the opening moves, so it's who's going to take the upper hand. So we've arrived in the. It's probably at the. We're at Newcrest. It was a home match last time. This one might be.
I would be so surprised if Newcrest ever go off of home turf, or like they're very specific about who they're willing to go off home turf to.
I mean, they surely have to.
They would have to, but I'm sure they sort of manipulate it so that the ones that have like best Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and well, it's also like I imagine not all of the people competing have like the facility to actually have like a match ready facility. Like they have training facilities, but they don't have like
play facility
where they can actually hold. So it's really only the bigger universities that have that.
Yes. And
so it allows Newcrest to be like make sure they have one of the better ones, so it's used more often. So it's like, as in most of their things are home games, just for the sheer fact that the other people don't have.
Yeah, who has the resources to be doing this?
And there might even be points where they host other matches or something if they as well.
Yeah.
And so that it's all, and there's a lot of fanfare. Like,
why don't we run it rather than talk about it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. As we, the teams are entering, there's just like it's almost just like there's a level of excitement. But there's also just a lot of support for Newcrest, just because they sort of set that up to be that way. So for the beginning of opening moves with the rival team, we go, how are the rivals feeling and looking as the first matchup is about to begin? So as the various people are pairing off their teams, Newcrest is looking good. Newcrest always looks good.
Yes.
They've got a lot of
like. They know
how
to look good.
They know how to look
hard
good.
At it.
There's a degree of just like charisma and confidence that is just inherent to every person on that team. That is all.
Telling
like,
that none of the friendship group in our game.
Yeah.
Just over.
I think we talked about that. Which like no, it doesn't make sense for these people to have.
No.
I was sort of the idea if there was like there's a person who believes that they're the 5th member of the group, but that isn't. But they.
I wouldn't.
But it's just like. No, I don't. I was like, I don't think any. Like, I try to, like, maybe Henri would just ignore it, but like, I feel like Jade and Neil would be like, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
No. And
Ola would be like, "You don't want to be
like,
here."
No.
You don't want to be
like,
here.
3 out of these 4 people would immediately call them out on that.
I will soundly beat you, and then you will leave,
Yeah.
and that is the end of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of pomp and ceremony. So there,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously there's just inherently more support for them.
Yeah.
Here, so like, it's a huge cheer when they walk out. There's definitely support for the demons, but like,
How are the rivals? Yeah, how are they feeling?
They're
in their
pumped
element.
and they're ready. Now, do you want to do your match highlight first, or do you want me to go first?
Let's do mine first, because we did yours first last time.
Right. So, how is Ola as they step up to face their very first opponent?
Well, first things first, they're holding their foil in their left hand. whether it works out or not, because they haven't been training with it, but they've decided to treat this seriously.
Yeah.
So they step up with confidence, and I think with the same stoic facial expression that they always have. I don't think that's changed. Might later, don't think it's changed now. They're stoic, their face is set. They have a set plan. They're going to follow said plan.
I'm going to spend trouble
Uh-oh.
to suggest that that is all completely true up until the moment you like actually step onto the mat or the
Beast.
the
Beast.
the beast. And there's just for like a moment, like just this brief hesitation, this sort of like just everything's like I'm good, fine, everything, and then it's just like and it's able to sort of shut it down fairly quickly. But the person you're facing off against noticed that just for a second that there was a crack in the facade. And like Ola knows they saw. Ola knows that they know, kind of thing.
Yeah. Going to try to turn that to their advantage. A couple of steadying breaths. And I think in that moment, they also turn to look over at Henri. Just a glance, or like just a tilt of the head, not a full look. And then they self-correct. Because part of the point of this is to take control, be in control of themselves. And that means taking ownership for what happens. And so, yes, it was seen. We register, we self-correct, we move on.
So as you, and that's you as you approach, as you actually face off, you sort
and
of.
that's the how am I feeling and looking as well.
Yeah, that I was about to say, that feels like we sort of covered the next bit, which is starting with the person who's competing first. Each teammate describes what they're doing as the first face-off gets underway, answering the following questions. How are you feeling and looking in this moment? But what are you worried about in your match ahead?
That my left hand isn't good enough anymore. I've only faced really one person, because only one person has theoretically been good enough to go up against fighting with my left hand.
Yeah.
There's an inherent issue when you only fight one person, is you get used to that one person's fighting style and you don't get to understand others. So that is a worry. The dream that burns strongest in my mind is keeping control. Stay in control.
For Henri, he's certainly looking less stoic. Like the whole way as he's approaching, he definitely looks like he's sort of inside his own head. He's sort of and then before he actually steps up to confront this first opponent, there's also a glance towards Ola, but then he also turns and looks up at the stands, and his family's there. His family has come to watch.
I'm gonna add a trouble.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Gonna just. I don't even know if you can take on more.
I can.
Oh, you can take one more. Yep. I'm gonna spend a trouble because I think right behind Henri's parents, Friedrich is sitting there.
Awesome. So like, parents are here, and that's fine. And what the fuck?
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. He's just in tracky dacks, which you almost overlook because that's not what you expect.
Yeah, it's just if you didn't know who he was, it'd just be like it'd just be some dude.
Yeah, it should just be some dude. Really, realistically, it should be some dude.
So the worry was essentially that like it's just going to immediately fall flat on his face in front of his parents, and now he's like, also that's there, cool.
Also this
other person who, and I don't think they probably haven't even ever like talked to each other. They've not like met or anything. It's not like, but it just sort of like, oh, this guy who's the reason that this all kicked off didn't even know he was still here.
My current reason for being, my raison d'être, it's you.
His muse is this also happens to be there, and he's just like, cool. We're also so the dream is to impress these I guess 5 people. Is what is currently burning strongest in his mind. And as I said, the opening moves is to determine momentum.
Yes.
Momentum is just who during this particular match is going to win ties if that comes up. I haven't read all the cards. There may be cards that who has momentum is important as well, but mainly it's to determine who comes out ahead in ties. Yep. So it then says we each draw a card from the.
That isn't visible currently on screen, but
right,
it looks like that.
If you look at the top left corner, yeah, there's. If it's my one complaint with the system is that there's the match games deck and there's the match deck. It's like really wish they weren't so similar.
Similar names.
But match deck is essentially it's a bunch. It's like was it 24 cards? Yeah, it's each. There's 4 suits, which is energy, connection, focus, prowess, which is just it's currently covered up on the. But you can see it there in the middle. Those are the.
I got it.
And then cards are numbered 1 to 6. And so right now we're both going to draw 2 cards. If we choose before we draw cards, this is when you can spend spirit whenever you draw cards in a match, and that allows you to draw an extra card, but then you discard down to whatever you're supposed to be at, and you can trade in 2 fight to use that as a spirit, should you wish.
Yes.
So we need to draw 2 cards each. And then what we're aiming for is for the total of those 4 cards to be 16. Mm-hmm. And that would mean that our team has momentum and not the others.
Yes. So we'll do that?
So I'm going to hold off on spending spirit.
2 cards each? Oh, we have to decide on spirit now.
You do. You have to determine if you spend... Like, you can also use fight to, as I said, to increase the cards by +1 or -1. You can sort of, if you want to do it that way.
I'm going to hold off on spending spirit now. It's just going to be the way. I'm just going to go on hope.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to just draw these two. Well, that was.
I draw two. There we go.
I don't know why I put them out. I'm just gonna. Just can't see them if we. Unless you've drawn amazingly.
I did not.
Yeah, we're both a little bit inside our heads, I think.
Yes.
Just
a bit.
Okay. So yeah, that's not even close. We can't spend.
Not close. There's no point spending anything.
So the rival team maintains momentum.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense. A lot has happened in this time, and it's stressful.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're up first. You need to pick one from
on the loss.
Right.
The lowest card. I have the lowest card. That was a 1, right? Oh no, you also had a 1.
I also played a 1, but
why don't we both?
Sure.
Why do they have the edge?
And you see on the cards, there's headway and setback. Those come up sometimes as well. But I mean, I think it's just essentially what we just talked about is why does the rival team have the edge? Both Henri and Ola are, for various reasons, very much their focus is a little scattered.
Yeah.
They're both trying to sort of focus in, but there's a lot going on for them both going into this match. So I don't think they sort of concede that edge a little bit to the Neons going in. So yeah, you pick one from the array. You got head-to-head, mind games, and bliss.
Head-to-head, mind games, or bliss. Well, I'm going to pick bliss.
When in doubt, choose bliss.
When in doubt, choose bliss. The reason being that this is kind of what Ola's been playing to. This is what Ola's been trying to get good at. For lack of a better way of saying it, is this is what Henri wants to see, and they want to try to prove that it's possible for themselves and for Henri. So, set up. Flashback to the last time this brought you joy. Why do you struggle to capture that feeling, and how do you try to connect with it? The last time this brought Ola joy was literally the previous week. It was such an unexpected victory, and the way that Henri looked at them at that point made them feel like, oh shit, I found it. I've connected to this. But then if Ola looks back just a little bit more, they get to the way that it felt to play after Henri had seen Friedrich play, but before Henri had joined. And that was a big moment of joy, because it was Henri now there's a difference in interest. And so now Henri understands why they love this. But it hadn't set in yet that things were going to need to change as a result of that. And so now they suddenly have someone close in who can talk about it in the way that they feel about it. And that is joyful. And that's why it's hard to capture that feeling, because there are so many other messy feelings in and around that, but at the center of it is just shared joy for the game.
Yeah.
And that's fun. How to connect to it? I think it's that look back. It's that look of, hey, I'm in control here. I got it.
Yeah.
Ask a teammate, do you feel the joy of this right now? Teammate gives an answer. If you feel the joy, you may contribute one spirit to their draw. If you do, answer, how do you share your joy with them?
I was tempted to say no, but I think about it. I'm thinking it's like, yeah, he's definitely.
He doesn't have to.
I think, like as you said, like stepping up to it, there was a lot. He was just sort of in it. He's in his head. He's trying to he's got the family's watching. Friedrich's there. He's got all this stuff's going on. But I think there's this moment, like literally as stepping onto the thing, actually stepping up, being like, we're about to start. There's this moment of just like, yeah, he starts to remember like that feeling of joy does kick in, and it is like that's the secret sauce. The kind of like that's why he sort of took to it so quickly. It's like that sort of that feeling of like, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, there's a lot of trouble, but this is great.
Yeah, but this is just
this
fun.
is actually great. This is actually just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And so I think there's this moment where it's like, because how do you share the joy? I think there is a moment where like actually like they glance at each other at the same time for the first time this match, I guess.
Yeah.
And they actually, and I think in that moment Henri just grins over to, in that sort of like, again, like, and expressing that sentiment that like no matter what else is going on, this is pretty great.
Yeah.
This moment, and getting to do it, with you there as well. So you may have one of my spirit for this moment.
Thank you. This could be the moment to embrace the feelings welling up inside. Rival team, draw one card and answer a headway or setback for the rivals. Answer a headway or setback to set up the moment.
Right. All right. Well, whose advice do you follow? Whose help do you reject? I think my answer, it's for the rival. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a moment where they've seen this sort of what they are perceiving as a crack in Ola's defense,
Yeah.
in their facade. They know that that the demons have a reputation to being susceptible to mind games, and I think there's a degree of them immediately being like, "Oh, I got this."
Yeah.
And so, like someone comes up to be like, some last minute, like, "All right, you need to understand." And then it's like, I don't even want to. Whatever you have to say, I don't care. And it's like, and it was probably something coming up being like, all right, you need to know who this person is.
Yes.
Like, hi, I'm the person. It's like there's not like another player. There's like someone who's like just responsible for keeping track of all the other players, and they like part of like that thing. And so this person's like, you need to understand who you're about to come up against, and they're just like, nah,
it's fine.
I know everything I need to know. I got this. Don't worry.
And they might. We don't know.
Maybe.
So my next task is to choose either to rein it in and focus, stamp down the feelings and focus on the game, or fly exuberantly. How do you let joy take you higher? I'm going to fly exuberantly. Do I answer that question before or after I draw cards?
I think you answer it before, because there's another thing you have to answer afterwards. You
Okay.
answer a headway or a setback to describe how
Okay.
the point ends.
I think in a unexpectedly, because they're masked, it's not like anyone can really see their facial expressions at this point. That's the whole point. I think they visibly shake it off and do a bit of a jump. And that is entirely different to anything they usually do. Usually it's like a settle in Morpheus moment. But
Yeah.
it's the opposite. It's shake it off. Bounce it out. Change things up. Go back to how they used to do things. So it's draw 3 plus.
So
spirit.
you've got 1 spirit from me. You can spend your own if you want to as well. So you're currently drawing 4 cards, discarding 1, and looking to get a total of 13 of more than 13. So you need
More than
14 or
13.
above.
Yes.
Because we don't have. If you had no momentum, you'd be getting 13 would be fine.
I'm going to spend the fight to make some spirit to give me another spirit. So I'm going to be drawing 5 cards, discard 2.
Awesome.
All right. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. We're going to discard. Where's the discard pile? This one and this one.
Let's go.
Let's go. We are going to win this bout.
Look at all that focus.
Look at all
and
that
energy.
focus. Look at all that energy. Bounce it.
So yeah, you got to pick one of the headway or setback
Yes.
questions to describe how that point
How
goes.
did this happen? Please, someone, probably me, explain it. It's written as a setback, but I feel like I'm going to use it as a headway.
Sure.
What hidden feelings explode out? I think I just think all of them.
All of them.
I think it's almost inappropriate. I think that they make noises that they've not made before in their response.
Is it because it's you know expressly all of those? This is about finding the bliss and finding the joy, but you're saying all of the emotions, and you've described all as in some way being almost like a berserker when they in that. So
I think if you think like Serena Williams in tennis, it's that. It's full on.
So it's like not only are you like reveling in and releasing the positive emotions, are you like the negative pent up emotions as well?
Oh yeah. When that point ends, they are weeping.
You or the opponent?
Yes,
Both.
probably.
Yes.
Yes, probably. But especially Ola. Ola is crying because using their left hand, they're left-handed. They've been actively and decisively crippling themselves. It feels good.
And the whole stress of like maybe I'm not as good with my my left hand anymore, and then it's
Yeah.
like, no way,
out.
I'm so much better.
No,
I'm so much better.
good. I am
Holy shit!
great. It turns out. So yeah, that is Ola's first point.
I think this guy is rethinking life choices. It's beaten so badly.
Yeah.
Just utterly destroyed so quickly and so so completely, I guess.
I will discard of these.
Okay.
Tell us about.
Well, we need. Do you want to do a match moment, or do you want me to do a match moment?
I do want to do a match moment, actually.
So the match moment's call team meeting, a brief and private moment. You can get into your own head to reveal inner thoughts and stuff, or remember a moment that brought you here.
Ola's going to take a brief and private moment. Right before Henri is about to fight, they say, you can do this. And even if you can't, I love you all the same. You're going to be great.
Henri sort of is sort of, I guess, kind of taken aback in a way. And almost just goes to like just head to his mat without saying anything, and then sort of
You don't have to say anything. Go fight.
it's because of you. If what greatness I have is because of you. I was thinking of picking head to head, but I feel like off my game now has to be. It's just like, just completely just like, what? Okay. Thank you. Shit.
Very deliberate as well.
You choose now. Okay, good. Why are you off your
Control.
game? Well, Ola just said she loves him. Sort of. How do we see your playing change? He's probably he's distracted. He's not in the moment. He's not present. I mean, Ola and Coach would be the people who would immediately notice. His family potentially even as well.
Yeah.
Hell, Friedrich probably notices.
Yeah. I mean, Friedrich was there at the end of the last game, so
Yeah.
Friedrich knows. Friedrich would know enough about what's going on.
So you don't feel like yourself, but play keeps moving. So
Rival team. Do I draw
rival
that?
team. I think that's.
Or do you still draw it?
I think it is. I think it'd be.
Should I do
It'd
that?
be you. It'd be you.
Yeah.
It'd be.
So,
you would be representing the rival in this moment. I mean, normally the facilitator, but
yeah, but
so answer a headway or a setback to set the moment.
Headway or setback? How does your body seem to move by itself? This opponent is exactly the kind of person that Henri didn't want to be up against. This person seems to just have a fluidity and awareness of technique, but also potentially could be as quick as Henri. Unknown. Might have an edge that way.
Yeah. It's like it is the personification of the fact that like the neons are very showy, very sort of outward, like, but are also legitimately good.
Yes, and you know, there's like a twinkle, like they twinkle. There's why are they twinkling? Yeah. It shouldn't be possible. They are still doing it.
Has big protagonist and energy.
Mm-hmm. Big protagonist energy, considering you're the protagonist. Like that's.
I was supposed to pick a suit, and I didn't do that. I will pick focus.
Focus?
Because he is not. To ignore it, push through. I think he pushes through.
Okay.
Yeah, he is trying to sort of he just tries to be like, no, I have to deal with this person in front of me, and then we can do we can handle other things after that. Then that will be how we do that. And I will also spend fight for a spirit.
You only got to.
So I need to draw 3 cards, discard 1, and I have to make sure of the 2 remaining, neither of them are from focus.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to spend another? No, I think that's fine. So we draw these. Oh, look at that.
What is it? What happened?
It was never a problem.
It was never a problem. Yes.
None focus wasn't even in the initial cards that were drawn.
Who needs a focus when you have energy and prowess?
Yeah.
When you have both of the things you needed to beat him. In probably the correct balances, let's be honest.
Yeah. I'm going to answer what reckless move pays off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like Henri is being sort of soundly beaten for from immediately from the get-go. Like it's immediately apparent like that this guy is someone that Henri would need to have his full focus on to be able to handle. It's like he's not even phased at all. His fact that Henri has reach and speed doesn't at no point phases him. Usually catches people off guard, at least initially.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was just like, and this guy, probably because this guy was ready, he actually listened to the person who was like, okay, here's the person you have to listen to. And they had actually listened to that advice, and so they knew what they were getting into. And Henri's off his game. And there's this point where the guy starts to get a little cocky, like that sort of showboaty, sort of like playing to the crowd. And he's at some point he makes some comment. He's like, you know, it's like, you know, something, just some like snide
like,
fingers, like
better luck next season, newbie.
Well, he's just like, I'm about to. It's like everyone's been talking about you. I'm about to show everyone that the truth is you're just not good enough. And Henri immediately is, well, it's like he's remembering all the, he's like, you know, the assistant, he's just got, you know, his dad's word of like, no, you're not going to lose. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've never even seen you play.
I've never seen you play.
Damn fact.
I accept it.
He all of the help and advice he's gotten from the coach, from Ola, and then ending on Ola saying you're going to be great, and it just pulls him into this sharp focus. And Henri just looked like, they've got masks, but he's like locks eyes with this guy, and he says, well, I hope you've been enjoying this match so far. You're not scoring another point. I don't know if you don't realize, you're like, you're not getting another
one. You're done.
And then proceeds to absolutely back that up.
Yes.
Because this guy is definitely better, but at the moment, Henri is able to actually put in his natural ability, combining with a degree of training and the advice, and actually doing correct footwork, correct technique, correct mindset. It's a complete reversal. It becomes again a no contest, where it's like this guy is now entirely on the back foot. And he actually, in the final point, like the winning point, does like a technique that it's notably Ola's, I guess. It's something that they've not really worked on, because it's sort of like, well, you'll get there.
Yeah, it's a finishing move.
It's like we need to get the bases down. This is something. Don't worry about that. but it is like in that moment, and he just does it.
Yeah.
And it just takes this, and probably sends the guy sprawling, like he's so off in the back foot, he actually just trips over his own feet.
Yeah. Love it. So it's final moments. We just...
Well, it's a match moment first.
Oh, it's a match moment. Yes. What match moment do you want?
I think it's such a level of like hype from that final match, from that like going from almost certainly going to lose to completely turning it over, and there's just such a spike of and I think it's the closest he's come to trying to recreate that feeling he saw. Friedrich. He is like, there's elation, there's, as I said, just adrenaline coursing through him, and I think he just beelines towards Ola, and he sort of like kind of just like, as he's approaching, it's like drops the foil, takes off the mask, probably takes off like whatever the throat protection thing, undoes that.
Gosh.
And he just goes up to them and says, I'm so tired of not pursuing the things that I want, the things that make me happy. And he kisses her. And then when the kiss ends, says, I don't know where you are at with Nani, and if that is where you want to be, that's fine, but
No. That's not where I want to be. That's why I'm here.
He just grins and kisses her again. Also realized that I skipped over the end bit. How do you feel now? Are you still off your game? Great. And no. It's like, how does he feel? Great. Is he off his game? No.
Nah.
He's, for the first time, he's on his game.
Yes.
For the first time he has game.
The first time he has game. Yeah. Ola does respond, by the way. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
In case it's not clear.
Does reciprocate.
It is reciprocal. Yeah.
Yeah. Be really awkward if it was like, actually,
It'll be so
you know
awkward.
what?
Yeah.
I've decided, now that I'm taking control, I've realized, and it's just like, oh no.
I did. There was a moment where I was like, well, this is just messier if I do it like this.
It's
if I just have them come to a place of okay.
Somewhere in the distance, on the wind, you hear, keep it feral.
Keep it feral, fucker.
And you're like, maybe if we just fuck with these people more.
Still and always feral.
But sometimes you can keep it feral and have it go well initially.
I think, yeah.
So obviously we're ahead.
We win the match.
We
win.
The demons win pretty handily
Demons-
at that. They kind of just walked
the
in
demons win.
and just
Oh
clicked.
dear.
So we don't need to worry about the tiebreaker card. We definitely don't need to worry about the
No.
not like this card, which means we go straight to the final moments. How has this fight changed you? So each teammate does the following. We choose a suit that has been most influential on you this match, and you describe how your attitude towards that suit has changed. I'm picking connection.
I'm gonna. Oh, is it connection? I think it's focus. Because I think Ola has recognized that their focus had drifted so far away from what they wanted because they were just avoiding it. Connection was last episode.
I mean, it
This
was
is focus.
Focus for Henri last week. It's connection now.
Well, there you go.
And describe how your attitude towards that suit has changed.
I just did.
Yeah. I think that for Henri, it's that realization that he'd been hiding from it in a way. Like, he wasn't telling his parents. He had at some point apparently buried feelings for Ola in a bid to focus on this focus. And having last week realized that his focus needs to be not to the exclusion of other things, and being allowed to be more open to that, it is that sort of realization that he has allowed these connections to flounder somewhat, and has taken steps to rectify that. Complete the steps above for the rival team. I would feel focus or prowess. What do you think for the Neons?
For them, probably focus, because it was lost from them.
Yeah. I feel like there's probably the realization.
Also, I don't know if I don't have any trouble. I can't make trouble for this. This isn't trouble. This just kind of has to be narrative. It was entirely caught on camera.
I mean, I've got a facilitator trouble available.
No, what I'm saying is the entire everything that happened between them was caught on camera. The whole thing. I don't know what trouble that could cause later, but I know it will cause trouble. There'll be something.
Like, it was probably also from, like, there's like a dedicated media team on site.
Yeah.
The moment of like this big climactic final match to absolutely seal from the quote unquote rising star of the demons to immediately just beelining into a kiss with the other star of the demons.
Yeah.
Upon winning is like it's immediately a bunch of people being like, that's the story, and we're going to make sure we get that in like 20 different angles. Make sure it's all in high definition. That is.
Did anyone catch what they said? Who caught what they said? How many quotes can we take from that?
Yeah, and it was very much like if Henri hadn't told his parents, there'd be no way.
Oh my goodness.
Of getting around it.
No.
From before. The winner is announced, it's the Demons, and as a team, how do we each react? Oh, sorry. No, as a team, how do you each react? Right. From this.
I mean, I feel like we've already described that.
I feel like we've covered it. We've
covered it. I think an important point is Nani does call And it's an ignored call again. Barney might come back. I don't know. But I think, I mean, also noted, Ola's family is also there.
Yeah.
Because it's tournament.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been there before, but they're there for the big ones. So they're there for that. I think they turn off their phone. I don't know what's going to happen later, but I think they turn off their phone. I think that I am setting myself up for something somewhere. But I think in that, phone off. Who cares? Let's celebrate. There are a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to engage with that are not this thing, and I don't care about this thing right now. I won. We did it. And it felt good.
I think yeah, Henry's just celebrating the family with the team, with everyone.
I think Friedrich would approach.
I'm going to spend a trouble. There, if Friedrich approaches, there is a young woman with him, roughly the same age as Henri and Ola. And there's an immediate, like, flashback, I guess, to the party where she and Henri are talking, and body language is clear that they're flirting. And then sort of like just goes back into the moment. And as Friedrich is congratulating everyone, the coach comes up, and they're coach and Friedrich are old friends. And so the coach sees the woman, and is like, "Oh, I didn't know you're here." And this is Friedrich's daughter. Not Friedrich's daughter, Friedrich's sister. Daughter. That's the age is not at all correct there. It's his sister. I'm just putting in for the express purpose of there being trouble.
Sowing seeds for more trouble.
And I think that there's a moment of recognition with it. Henry's like, oh, hi, okay.
Ola's gonna see that. It's trouble. Ola sees that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we feel there is a scene or vignette we want a post match?
I don't think so. I feel like that is a really nice button on it, because if there's more to come from that, I feel like it would happen after the big adrenaline of the match is gone, which is like next session.
Yeah.
That's my feeling. I feel like I want that to be, oh, that's the start of new trouble. Okay, cool. Cut it there. And then it's outro.
Awesome. I agree.
So
we
credits, right?
End credits. Much softer music, a lot of action shots as the credits scroll by.
Just a casual moon for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some stars.
What is the snapshot of Ola They have examples of things like doing something relaxing or reflecting on the match.
For Ola, I think the thing that we notice that's different is as they are leaving as they're leaving the dressing room, not dressing room, changing room, there's two different things that happen. The first one is they noticeably sling their case for their foil. Head is gone for that. Case for their foil over the other side. Left-handed. It's more comfortable for them. It is in fact more comfortable to carry it on the side of dominance.
Yeah.
So they carry it on the correct side for them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, they're driving Henri home, presumably, should Henri wish that. But more importantly, they hold out Henri's because he could take it home now if he wants.
True. Yes. I think for Henri, you see him, it's later in the evening, and he's hanging his, the foil, like either on the back of his door of his room or somewhere where it's like just clearly, putting that thumbnail in it. This is not hidden. It's not a hidden thing. It's on display, essentially. And there's an article that he has printed off that's already been out, from something that's sort of put out like a comment on the mat like that day. And it's not only an article like praising him, but it's also like it's equally praising Ola. It's not just look at this guy and he's bringing, it's like, no, these two, this pair. And so it's like prominently praising both of them. And he's like pinning that up somewhere, and he sort of like looks at it and he just like laughs contentedly, I guess. Just sort of that sort of having that sort of like that moment of like, there's a lot of things that you were really stressed about like a couple of days ago, and you were really freaking out about how badly all of this can go, and apparently it's all gone really well.
Yes,
it's all actually worked out spectacularly. And it's just like, why was I letting the bad thoughts win for so long?
I feel like we should end it there.
I think so. I think we just whip through upkeep, which is refreshing the trouble tokens, so everyone gets 2 trouble tokens. Goes back to 2.
Goes back to 2 trouble tokens.
Whether they happen to be at. Do you feel that you have completed a trait.
Yes. I feel like I've done 2. I feel like it was a twofer.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
I feel like I've always loved you and bad habits are kind of going to resolve together on that. Tempting offer
Agree.
hasn't, but
No.
the other 2 have.
The tempting offer they might lean onto you more now. If Ash Point wanted Ola before, it's only going to be more so now.
Well, I think that's where the phone call is going to come in that they ignored is going to come into it. I feel like we should end the stream here and then discuss what upkeep we went with next time, because I know I am going to want to sit and decide.
So, yeah, absolutely.
So I've reset the trouble tokens, and what else needs to happen? And it's just, do you feel like
there's potential to update the team special? I don't know if the team special needs to.
We're still emotionally responsive.
I mean, arguably, they don't know how to take what they want.
I mean, that one's gone.
Is not like they just very deftly was like, no.
They very specifically said, no, you're wrong. That was bad advice. Someone told you the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You were given bad information.
So that could potentially gone and switched to something.
What about something like, they are super emotional?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of where they're at. Or something because it feels as though it's like monarch situation. Like these 2 are rising together, pit one against the other, maybe, or mess with one, mess with both, or something like that.
It could also be like, it's like everyone's like framing it, or some people are framing it as like the last gasp of a dying team. It's like, this doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
And we can ponder that, and again, sort of just next session talk about what.
I'll put both of those things in for the moment.
But yeah, I don't think they definitely changed.
Yeah.
We don't need to do additional trades. We don't need to do additional connections. Collaboration is still good.
We're good. Let's finish there for today. Partially because I'm hungry. It's dinner time and I am hungry.
Yeah. That episode definitely kicked off.
Yeah.
It's kind of show. It's like, oh yeah, that first episode was really good. We're gonna, I think I'll watch it. The second episode's like, oh fuck.
Oh shit. Cool.
Oh Jesus. Duh, they hit the ground running.
Yeah. So I'm gonna end this stream now. Bye everybody.
Bye.
Bye.